Well, it's obviously Hamilton is more than willing, and we saw that even yesterday. He's more than willing to allow him, showing confidence in the night watchman. He's willing to allow him to take strike. He's not shielding him, and so often we have seen the recognized batsman shielding tail enders, and then in the end the recognized batsman is the one getting out, and they might give up a lot of singles, and the overall total does not really advance. So sometimes you have to show some faith. But of course, it's just 4 wickets down anyhow. So.
And I think Doran is much better than a night watchman. I think based on what we have heard about him over the years, he's a competent batter.
Well, that was a very immaculate and a very correct defensive shot there by Durham. So that's an indication of how good he is.
So we just saw a conversation with 2 of the West Indies Academy players. The captain was involved in that conversation as well. And also Warrell, I think. Good delivery, making some height, going across the left-handed Doran. He played inside of it and taken behind by the keeper. Good delivery.
Yes, a very good delivery. That in fact seemed to have gone over the off stump, center and off stump, and through to the keeper, but well played there by Durham, just playing inside of it, dropping his hands and allowing it through to the keeper. But good bounce there by Lane.
Yes, and he kept his eyes on it. That's what Durham did, and just played inside of the line of a rising delivery. It was moving across him and taken by the keeper. On the thigh pad, was just looking to work it into the onside, came off the pad, the thigh pad, and went down into the offside of the pitch.
The now 96 Gary, and no wicket has fallen yet for the morning, and these two would have added some 12 runs. I think we started with a overall lead of 84.
That's a lovely shot. It was short, and it swivels on one leg and just help it around down towards back of the square. So Doran is proving to you, Smith, that he's much better than a night watcher.
Well, I'm impressed. Wonderful shot indeed. He, as you rightly said, he swiveled into his wicket and turned it around to backward square for 4. Lovely shot. And he actually played it down, got on top of it and kept it down. And no danger there of taking the top edge. And a wonderful shot indeed by Durham.
This time is he going to be out? Yes. Another short one. It was a bit more outside the off stump. And there was Durham looking to swing into the onside. Came off probably the top part of the bat. And balloon went high in the air. And the captain, Naeem Young, moving away to his right at straightest mid wicket. Took a simple catch. So Durham is dismissed.
Probably getting a bit greedy after playing that wonderful shot. Decided, I'm in control out here and I could pull the man to the onside, pull the bowler to the onside. But this time he was not really in the position to play the shot. It was a delivery which was closer to the off stump, as you said. And it took the upper part of the bat and ballooned in the air. It was in the air for a long time. And a relatively easy catch to the captain, Naeem Young. So the Leewards losing their first wicket for the morning. It's 140 for 5. They are 100 runs ahead. And 5 wickets are down. But nevertheless, those runs from Durham were some useful runs.
So we have seen the 2 last batsmen for the Leewards being dismissed from the short delivery, a chap that was set yesterday afternoon. We saw Naeem Young bowling from the far end and bowled a number of short deliveries to the Leewards batters, and he was able to get the wicket of Louis yesterday. And now we see that Lane has dismissed Doran from another short delivery, and he was looking to pull it into the onside. Didn't get hold of it, and a simple catch offered to the captain. So Terence Ward, an experienced player as well, has now come to the middle, and this is where the Leewards will be hoping that these two can put on a good partnership, and the West Indies Academy will be hoping that they can continue to pick up wickets.
Yes, and a good breakthrough there for the West Indies Academy, getting the wicket of Durham, and Durham was looking good. He was scoring runs, so they would have been glad to see the back of Durham. Ward, of course, is very experienced, as you said, and he batted quite well in the first innings when he got 28. Batted well until he got out.
Delivery on the off stump, and Ward just allowed it to go through to be taken behind. A successful over from Lane got the wicket of Durham, and the Leewards, after 46 overs, 140 for 5. Michael Louis top scored so far with 55, and Joshua James also made 35. So the lead is 100, so they reached the 100 mark, and they'll be looking to put on as many more runs as possible, but the West Indies Academy would want to continue to pick up wickets.
Yes, certainly. And certainly at this point we could say that the game is a bit in the balance, but a good partnership here could swing it the Leeward's way. A couple of wickets here now, and it could easily swing it the way of the West Indies Academy. So the next hour also is very critical to the outcome of this game, barring weather, of course.
So Joshua James will continue from the far end as the sun trying to peep through the clouds. It's an overcast day here at Warner Park. So James will go over the wicket and be bowling to Hamilton. He's on 27. He has faced some 51 balls. Leewards leading by 100. A deficit of 40 on first innings.
Hamilton has a start, 27 runs, and he would be hoping to add to these 27 runs. He's looked good.
On the leg stump, I'm sure he's a bit disappointed. He could have, if he had gotten back on it, he could have looked to flick it through the onside. He missed it and taken behind by the keeper, Tuckett.
Tuckett, of course, has had a good game, as we all have said, behind the stumps. And now he needs to translate that into further success when he bats again, if he does.
This time he gets it fine down to fine leg for a single. Lane moves across to his left, so one more to Hamilton. With that he goes on to 28. And so you want to see the youngsters, yeah, Carlon Tuckett, the son of Carly Tuckett, the former West Indies all-arounder, played a one-day game for West Indies. And Carly Tuckett, Carlon Tuckett, the son of Carly, is wicketkeeper for the West Indies Academy, and he want to do well. As I said, he has been doing well behind the stumps, but he want to also do well in front of the stumps as well.
The captain seemed to have picked up something. He quickly went and had a word with his fast bowler, James. In fact, he's at India at a very short mid-wicket. So perhaps they're working to a plan. Perhaps trying to get Hamilton to cock it up into that position and give a catch.
That's Terence Ward actually is the one on strike, maybe. And that's true. This mid-wicket is always an important position. Good delivery, but he's to the measure of it. Because sometimes, you're looking to whip the ball into the onside, he sometimes leave the bat in the air, and that short field at straight mid-wicket most times could come into play and can take a catch.
Yes, certainly. Certainly, we have seen a lot of leading edges attempting to walk it into the onside, as you said, and that fieldsman would be in business.
So James is getting the ball to come back in towards the right-hander, so maybe that's the reason why the captain has placed himself at that short mid-wicket.
Well, he has had some work to do so far there in this over, but it has been all along the ground.
Let's see whether he's going to be employing a forward short leg. So, or short back, a short. Well, we'll wait and see the position. So it's a bit deep, not the conventional forward short leg, but a short backward square or forward square. So the captain, but he's asking to take a couple steps in. On the onside, badly lined to bring up the end of that over.
Obviously, that was a plan, but James guilty of going too wide of the leg stump and not forcing the batsman into a shot.
You just see the captain, Naeem Young, just went up to Joshua James, had a quiet word with him, maybe just checking to make sure he's good, and if maybe asking if he can go one more, or maybe just telling him, well, I'll give you a rest for now and make a change at the far end.
Well, we'll see at the end of the over. And it would be Hamilton who would take strike. But certainly, the captain, Naeem Young, what we have seen in this game so far is that he's a proactive captain. He's looking to take wickets. He's not waiting for things to happen. And we have seen him bringing the changes. We have seen him making changes to the field in an attempt to pick up a wicket. So he has been doing a very good job so far.
Another single to Hamilton. Yes, Naeem Young has done well in terms of the way he has marshaled his forces in the field. He has changed the field. He has been able to employ some good tactics, and he has been successful in getting some wickets. And you could see he keep making some the minor changes, adjustment in the field, which shows that he's thinking about the game and thinking about the batter who is on strike.
So good to see good leadership qualities in the youngster. He's highly thought of in Caribbean circles as a cricketer.
Lovely shot by Terence Ward. He should get at least two. I should be thinking about the third, but Naeem Young has picked it up and sends the return down towards the keeper. So good shot from Ward. Is coming into the front foot and played it through the vacant mid-off area. The captain has some running to do from extra cover, and he got 2 runs.
It was a good shot, Gary, but I think the running was poor. They were not really charging down the wicket as if they were intent on getting 3 runs and putting pressure on the fieldsman. I think they could have easily gotten 3 runs there.
Yeah, because they came all the way down to the long off, close to the boundary. And Naeem Young was actually at extra cover, and he did all the chasing down towards the boundary. They only got 2 runs. So with that shot, Naeem Young has now placed himself more at a conventional mid-off. Not a good delivery, came back sharply, and Ward was into his stumps, looking to work it into the onside, came off the thigh pad, or maybe a bit of bat onto the thigh pad.
Yes, a good delivery. He struck on the pad, struck on the thigh pad actually, probably a bit high, and also going down the onside. So just a half-hearted appeal by the academy players. And as we speak, Gary, it's darkening out there in the eastern, in the northeastern corner.
Yes, so it has been overcast all morning, and it's a strong possibility that you might get a shower sometime throughout the day.
We are keeping our fingers crossed though, and hoping that it would clear up, because we have what is building into a very good and interesting match here at Warner Park. So we'll be hoping that we'll probably get a full display or as much play as possible, because this could be a thriller in the end.
Another easy single from Terence Ward, just pushed it to the left of the captain at mid-off. There's no one in the cover area, so I was able to get a single. Yes, it's an overcast day. Wednesday was also overcast, and we got through most of the day until maybe, well, at Connery when the bad lights stopped play, when the guy in his team decided to take the new ball with a few of us to go in the day's play.
Similar situation here. But I think the Wednesday was more haze than dark clouds. And that persisted throughout the day. But here it is more of a threat of rain at the moment.
So Hamilton just get another single working into the onside for another easy run. So the total has gone on to 146 at the end of the 48th over. And so the Leewards are leading by 106. So in effect, they are 106 for 5.
Leewards need probably at least another 54 runs or so to be
54 runs. That's only 162. So you think that's 162 is enough for?
I'm not saying it's enough, but it's a competitive total, especially in the last innings of this match. So they will be looking to push on towards a 200 lead or beyond.
At least 200 runs they should be looking.
But I was just suggesting if they could get at least up to that, then they could start thinking that they have something which they could work with. But I don't think that's going to be enough. That's just touch and go.
So James has been given another over by his captain. He's in his 12th over. None for 23 from 11. So play starting at 9:30. Early start today because of the fact that the game has been interrupted by rain. Thursday there was no play. Yesterday there was a break as well.
It was just more than an interruption, of course. On Thursday we lost the whole day. And it was expected that from there on in we would be having all the starts to try and make up time. Yesterday, of course, play going up to 6 p.m. We also had an interruption yesterday the afternoon due to rain.
So Hamilton continued to bat on for the Leewards. He's on 30 from 57. And Joshua James just keeping it off stump line. There's no third man. So if you can get one between the second slip and gully, you'd be in good business in terms of getting runs. So the captain has decided to take the second slip out. That's Akeem Ogis. So he's now going into the onside down towards the mid-wicket area. So one slip is just now one slip. So one slip and a gully. There's a point, 3/4 of the way to the boundary, a cover, and the mid-off.
Interesting to note.
They go to for an easy quick single. The fielder Ogis, who just came from second slip, was diving away to his left, but he couldn't stop the run. And one more to the total.
Interesting to note that NBK Joseph is actually on the field. He's back on the field. It seems as though, he certainly is back on the field. And Pittman would have left. Pittman was substituting for him since yesterday.
So Ward just getting a short delivery, just help it down to fine leg for another single. So with that single, the total has gone on to 147.
Yes, so it's good to see Joseph back on the field. He top scored for, in fact, he got into the 40s in the first innings for the academy.
Down the onside, so Joshua James, those final two deliveries went down the onside. So the over has been completed, over number 49. And the Leewards continue to bat. They are currently scoring at 3.03 runs for over. And Jamal Hamilton has been settling in nicely. He's on 31. And Terence Ward, we know his capabilities. I'm sure they want these two to stay together for a long time.
Yes, so as I was saying, Joseph got 42 in the first innings. In fact, Bishop top scored with 48. And he's back on the field. He was off the field for the duration of the Leeward Islands innings. Well, for most part. In fact, he got injured on the field and he had to go off. And he was off for most of this morning. He's back on the field and he's a critical part of the academy's batting. So I'm sure they would be glad to see him out there. And he seems to have recovered.
So Lane is continuing from this media center end. So Lane is at the start of his 13th over. He has picked up 3 for 44. And in the first innings, I think he would have gotten some wickets as well. So he's continuing to do well. And he seems to be a good medium pacer, a good prospect, to someone you can work with.
Well, he has been highly thought of over the last couple of years. And, someone, he's in the academy, so it's obvious that they are doing some work with him. And that is one of the purposes of the academy, to mold young players.
Wide delivery, and the keeper did well to stop it, but he didn't stop it cleanly. It went away from him, but they were not able to go through for a wide or extra. So yes, the academy, that's what it is there for, to develop the youngsters from around the region, and that's why they are competing in the competition, because we want to expose as many youngsters as possible to the highest form of cricket in the region.
They certainly have accredited themselves very well so far.
A diving effort by Ogis at straightish mid wicket. Couldn't stop the run. A delivery which was worked down onto the onside. And Terence Ward has gone on to 5.
So Ward is looking to settle in. He has looked good so far in the short time he has been there. And what I've noticed though this morning, though, the Leeward Island players, for most parts, they have been looking to take the strike. They've been looking to pick up singles and keep the scoreboard moving.
Yes, that's what you want to do, because you don't want to stay in the middle and not making runs, because you have a deficit of 40. It's not like you're 149 for 5. In effect, you're only 109 runs ahead. So you want to continue to pick up singles where necessary or where you can, and so that you don't put pressure on yourself.
Well, we have been speaking, Gary, the clouds seem to be lifting a bit, and that's a good sign. So we are hoping that they lift completely.
An attempted slow delivery outside the off stump, but too wide to tempt the batsman Jamal Hamilton. He just watches it go through to be taken by keeper Tuckett.
At times the fast bowlers, they've been guilty of splaying it a bit too wide of the off stump. In fact, we've seen a delivery in this over so far which challenged the keeper Tuckett. He had to move a long way down the leg side to cut it off.
One which was dug in short, and the short figure of Hamilton just went down underneath it, allowed it to go through to be taken by the keeper. So the over has been completed, 109 the lead. And you look in the distance and see Nevis Peak, a bit hazy, looking a bit hazy from this distance, but Doesn't seem whether there is any immediate threat of rain coming from that direction.
As we look over the boardwalk area too, there's a slight lift in the clouds. It's lightening a bit. So the threat is not increasing at the moment in terms of rain. So we are remaining very hopeful.
So Naeem Young has replaced Joshua James from the far end, and Naeem Young yesterday had 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 40, and he would have bowled most of the overs. The other bowlers, Lane had 9, James had 8 yesterday, and so Naeem Young will be bowling from the Lozak Road end. Played into the offside and knocked down by Kadeem Aline, moving across to his right, but cannot stop the single. So with that single, the 150 for the Leewards has come up, and the lead will go on to 110.
115.50.1 overs. Going at a rate of just about 2.98 runs per over. So Lee was looking to build on this score. Half of the side is down, of course, but there's still some good batsmen out there for the Leewards, Hamilton and Ward.
A delivery a bit closer to the off stump, and the batsman Hamilton just watches it go through. And so the Leewards will be hoping that these two can put on a good partnership. Terence Ward has done fairly well for the Leewards over the years, and will want to continue to do that. Hamilton, we know he has been making runs for the Leewards when it matters, and it certainly matters today. He's on 31, so he want to continue to bat. Look to punch it into the offside when bouncing down to extra cover. Didn't time it. Maybe he was trying to hit it too hard and went down to Rivaldo Clark at the extra cover area.
What I like about Hamilton too is that when he's in, he's a very aggressive batsman, and runs will come quickly.
He's driving again. Goes down to the deep cover. Goes too quickly for a run. So he remains on 31. That's Jamal Hamilton. He's facing up to the captain of the West Indies Academy, Naeem Young. Chance of a run out. The stumps are broken, but maybe it was broken by the keeper. And a diving effort from Ward was a delivery was played down into the onside. Return came in. Yes, it was the keeper. The glove or the hand of the keeper broke the stumps. It could have been close if it was a direct hit. And so a quick single and ball pitched up and pushed down into the offside. The return came down towards the keeper's end, and Ward got home in the end.
Almost a suicidal run there. There was hesitation between the batsmen. There was a case of starting and stopping, and in the end, Hamilton kept going. Ward was hesitating. In the end, they went through, and I think with a bit of luck, Ward was able to survive. As you rightly said, if that had struck, if that was a direct hit, he could have very well been on his way. Or even, to me, it was a very good return. If he probably had the wicketkeeper taking it over the stumps and broken the stumps, he could have been in some trouble. It would have been a very close one.
So as we speak, at the end of that over, it is a dark cloud has come over the Warner Park Stadium. It's looking a little bit darker than it was a few minutes ago. But the over has been completed. 151 for 5, the lead by 111.
Yes, it's overcast here. And one would have to keep their fingers crossed and hope that the rain does not come. But the lead, of course, moving up to 111. And I'm pretty certain that the Leeward Islands would be taking it in increments. They would be looking to get to 120 without further loss. And then perhaps to 130 in terms of the lead, and eventually probably get it up to at least 200. What we are seeing for the first time today, spin bowling, looks like Bishop, Joshua Bishop, who would pick up the attack from the media center end.
So change of bowling. It's dark here at Warner Park. You see a dark cloud just moving slowly over Warner Park. Let us hope that it will just make its way down towards the western end. But it's dark.
That's in fact Ned who is coming into the attack. But all eyes are on the weather at the moment. And we are just hoping that it stays away.
So Ned yesterday had 5 overs, none for 22. And so he has replaced Lane from the media center end. Hamilton is thinking about another single, but the fielder moves across to his left and prevents any possibility.
Gary, for most of January, I don't know, I'll get back to that in a while.
He's whipping it nicely into the onside. We get at 4 runs. It will go into the boundary just about now. So there was a good shot there from Hamilton, just playing it through the onside and picking up another important boundary for the Leewards.
Hamilton plays well off the pads, and I've noticed that the academy there fed him quite a bit on the pads, and he has picked up runs there.
He also actually got the one on the full and just played it for 4.
So they would be looking to stay away from the pads of Hamilton also. As I said, he really took that one on the full and played it through the onside. Earlier on, we saw him playing one off the pads from lane also and picking up 4. So they'll be looking to stay away from his pads. That's a better line. But I was saying, Gary, the early part of January, for most of January, we had some very dry days. But now the cricket has been started. We have had a sudden change in weather.
Well, I normally say if you want rain, just say cricket. So play cricket and rain will come. And that's what has happened thus far, the start of the West Indies 4-day championship. Another lovely shot from Hamilton, just driving through the offside. The fielder down on the deep cover boundary, that's lane, and they able to get 2 runs.
Yes, a nice shot there by Hamilton through extra cover. And they're picking up 2, so the lead building here. It's now 117.
So the over has been completed, an over in which we saw 6 runs for the Leewards. So they progressed to 157, so they extended the lead quite slowly. And they have now extended the lead to 117. They started the morning on 124. And so it means they have added some 33 runs for the morning for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yes, and as you said, they continue to build this lead.
Well, we have just gotten word that it is drizzling at Connery, so it wouldn't be long before I'm sure he starts to drizzle here at Warner Park. So the covers are on at Connery.
Not necessarily, and we're hoping it does not, because sometimes you might have rain at Connery, but it's not here at Warner Park. You might have rain in the Connery area.
That is true. Remember yesterday it came around, the rain came around.
Yeah, it came from a different direction yesterday, not from the Connery direction. So we are still hopeful here.
Another single, a bit of hesitation initially as Clark was moving across to his left, but they got it single in the end. And with that single has gone on to 158. So it's very overcast here at Warner Park, and it's highly likely that we will get a shower or before the end of play, even before lunchtime, because it's very overcast here at Warner Park.
Well, one of the groundsmen thinks so. He already has on his rain gear.
So the lead 118, and I'm sure the West Indies Academy would have been hoping that you could have an entire day's play, because they, I'm sure, went into the end of the day's play yesterday thinking that they were in a good position if they can pick up early wickets this morning. But the Leewards, they have come out this morning, have just lost the 1 wicket. Hamilton is driving, good bit of feeling by O'Geese. Down at mid-on, had to move across quickly to his left. It was timed nicely, and a sliding save by O'Geese down at mid-on.
Well, you say that the academy is hoping that they would have a full day's play. I think from the current position to the Leeward Islands would be hoping also for a full day's play. I do not think any one team is out in front at the moment.
But I was just saying that yesterday, going into the end of the day's play yesterday with 84 for 4, the economy, I'm sure, would have felt that they had a good day's play yesterday.
Oh yes, they certainly had a good day's play. But the Leewards too would have been thinking that they do have some batting left, so they could pull things back.
Another good flowing off drive from Hamilton, and they got a single as the fielder had to move across to his right to take cover. That's Joseph. So the over is completed. So over number 53 has been completed. 159 for 5 after 53 overs.
And of course we are having a drinks break, and we will take a break at this point. I believe we don't get rain, but what I'm saying, it doesn't necessarily mean, now I'm saying it doesn't necessarily mean if it's raining at Connery, it will come in, but I believe we don't get rain based on the current weather situation, the cloud cover. I believe it's quite possible. But it is what it is. Like I was saying, January was very dry. Normally we get quite a bit of rain in January. And Change totally. So,
I think the game so call up,
so they haven't started anything as yet
Where?
in Canary.
Results, they pull the cover back on.
Oh, okay.
And this morning there was some materials. So they will need something in that journey.
Yep, and they're not getting much of the sun.
I mean, the ground staff was well out yesterday. We tried to bring it back up to scratch, but then it was still wet. The time didn't blow out this morning.
Yeah. Yeah, man, but this thing all over, this cow story all over. People sharing this thing like crazy.
Get it on? Water break. Off.
So we are about to see the start after the water break. Leewards 159, a current run rate of 3. Jamal Hamilton is look good. He's on 39, and Terence Ward is on 7. Not a good flowing drive from Hamilton, so he's looking better and better as his innings progresses. It would be nice if he can get a century in his 100th first-class game. Lovely shot. We'll get at least 2. Not a flowing off drive. He came onto the front foot and played it between extra cover and mid-off. 2 more to the total.
Lovely shot indeed. As you said, coming forward and easing it through extra cover. Timing it well. And I feel a bit sluggish on that side. And Hamilton picking up 2 useful runs.
Goes too quickly for a single. Good run. He just came forward and just eased it into the onside, just to the offside, to the left of Joseph, and just looked up at Terence Ward, who responded, and were able to get the single.
Yes, and Hamilton was very confident that there was always a single, and once his partner supported him, they were able to get through quite easily for the run. So the batting of the Leewards, though, has been very positive and to some extent aggressive.
Yes, you would want to be positive if even though you're down by 40 runs on first innings, you want the batters to come out and be positive. There's nothing devilish about the pitch. The bowling is steady, but I'm sure if you be positive, you can make runs. Came forward, went down to forward short leg, and maybe a little anxious moment for Terence Ward.
That one seemed to have gripped a bit, and probably coming from the inner portion of the bat to forward short leg.
That completes the over from Ashley Ned. He has bowled 7 overs, none for 31, 162 for 5, a lead of 122. So the Leewards continue to build on that lead, because if they would have lost 2 early wickets or 2 wickets this morning, they could have been in a spot of bother. But Hamilton has been batting well, and he will hope that Terence Ward will continue to give him the support.
And of course, we can't forget Durham. He batted well. I think he would have scored about 12 runs, but he gave valuable support to Hamilton. He stayed around for a while, and had he gone out there and they would have lost a wicket, let's say in the first or second over, the Leewards could have been in a different situation. They could have been in a spot of bother at that point, but he hung around a bit and allow Hamilton to settle in.
And Hamilton again, a nice flowing off drive, goes straight down to Clark at extra cover. So it's going in confidence. That's Jamar.
Well, Hamilton always seems to be a confident player. If you look at him, if you look at his body language, it's just that at times he plays these rash shots.
Just the way he's playing his off drive this morning, he's looking very, very solid, very, very compact.
Yeah, certainly. One shot I have not seen him play yet, though. He over the years he has a way of backing towards leg and looking to cut from centre stump. I have not seen him play that shot in the match so far, so he seemed to have put it away.
I think he plays a shot when he's in a real aggressive mode. I think this innings he's trying to probably consolidate and play a long innings. If you start to go after the bowling, then you might see that shot coming into play.
Well, I've seen him play it when it was not necessary, when his team were in bad positions.
Playing it down towards the backward point area for another single. So Hamilton progressing nicely. And the fielder down on the boundary, Kadim Aline.
But the thing is, Gary, he has played 100 first-class matches, and he must have realized that, at one point in your career, you have to put away certain shots. And, one should have the ability to score runs with other shots.
A short delivery, and Terence Ward is swinging out of the way. There is a fielder at backward square, no one really on the boundary, but one dug in by the captain Young, but Ward was not tempted.
It was a good bouncer too. It was over the right shoulder of Ward, but Ward just allowed it through.
So another over has been completed, and the Leewards continue to press on here at Warner Park, scoring at 2.95 runs per over, and the lead by 122. So 162 for 5.
Yes, fairly even at this point. A wicket or two here would put things back in favor of the academy. So it's more or less on a knife edge at the moment, where runs for the Leewards could put them in the ascendancy, or wicket save for the academy. So no team is really on top of that as far as I'm concerned.
So he came too quickly for that first one, thinking about a second, but just a single to the total.
And Gary, the good news is that the groundsman on the far side has put away his rain gear, so he does not expect any rain to come at this point.
Well, that's good news. The dark cloud seems to have lifted somewhat, and a little lighter here at Warner Park. Flatter, faster delivery onto the back foot, a lower appeal, but from my vantage point, to me came from the bat onto the pad. I don't think, but
might have been struck outside off also.
I seem a bit high as well.
Yeah, and he was playing a shot.
Solid defensive shot from Ward. He's on 8. So just trying to look for some stats on Jamar. I'll get that for you in a minute. Good delivery. Turn away outside the off, turn the batsman onto the back foot to go at the end of the over. A good delivery to finish that over from Ned.
Yes, certainly, and that one certainly turned, but it was outside the off stump, and in the end it just went harmless through to the keeper. But based on what we are seeing, it seems as though Ward is playing the supportive role, and Hamilton is going to be the main aggressor in this partnership. Ward has faced some 22 deliveries for his 8 runs, and Hamilton 42 from 89 deliveries.
So Hamilton has played before this 99 first-class matches, 176 innings, 6 not out. He had a total of 4,615 runs, the highest of 113 not out, and an average of 27.14. In List A matches, 70, has a total of 1,691 runs, a highest of 91. And now he's batting. He is on 42.
Average a bit on the low side though for someone who has been batting around number 5 also for most parts for the Leeward Islands over the years. Just not even in the 30s.
I think he started making more runs in the latter part of his career, but I don't think he was batting at number 4 all the time or 5. He used to bat lower down. When the Leewards batting was stronger, he was coming lower down the order. But for a wicketkeeper batsman, normally early 30s, if you're coming at number 7, would be a reasonable average for.
Well, that's my concern. He's not even in the 30s. 27 is a bit low.
But he's there. He's on 42. He will be looking to make a century in his 100th first-class game.
Most wicket keepers in the Caribbean these days, or in the world for that matter, are good batters.
Chance over. And Terence Ward looking for a single. And he was sent back.
Was Worrell moving to his right to retrieve. Worrell in fact fumbled a bit also. But Hamilton was not interested in that single. And we had Ward rushing down and being sent back.
Short delivery down the onside, wide down the onside, and umpire signaling 1 above the shoulder. So another over has been completed, and the Leewards 163 for 5.
Yes, so Leewards continue to build on that score, and these two are looking to take it further. Hamilton, for example, last season, he averaged just about 27, and that is in keeping with his overall average. He averaged 26.77, and his high score last season was 58. And he would have accumulated some 241 runs from 5 matches.
So Ward is going to get at least 2 runs as he plays it down towards fine leg. So 2 more will be added to the total.
Wardy's partner didn't do too well last year either, Gary. He, in fact, had a high score of 21. But then again, he only had 2 matches last year, Terence Ward. So, and he only had 2 matches and batted 3 times.
So he'll want to make good use of this innings. Good bit of feeling by Joshua Bishop at backward point as Ward was looking to get past him. A ball which played square of the wicket. But good bit of feeling by Bishop.
Yes, and so far this has been a much tighter over there by Ned. His line has been a lot better in this over. In fact, towards the end of his last over, he seemed to have gotten better.
Playing it down towards backward point, a bit of a hesitation. It was stopped, but not cleanly by Bishop, and they were able to get a single.
Supporting the field is always important to the bowlers, and we saw Bishop earlier diving to his left, his good side, and preventing any runs. Had that gone past him, it could have run away for 4. So lending good support to his bowler. That one was driven in the air. Well, in fact, into the ground and into the air.
So another over from Ashmead Ned has been completed, and he's bowled some 9 overs, none for 35, 167 lead of 127. So the Leewards inching towards a lead of 150, and they would want to take it past 150, as you indicated before, closer to the 200. If they get it past 200, it should be a challenging total.
And of course, time is also a factor in this game. The question is how long, if they are allowed to, would the Leewards want to bat, and what target they will be thinking in terms of. So that's always a factor. So they are going at 2.88 at the moment. So they would like to keep a healthy strike rate.
So Naeem Young, the captain, is continuing from the far end. So Leewards would want to be batting at least up until somewhere midway between maybe an hour after tea, and they would want to assess situation after that if they have a leader in excess of 200 runs.
After tea?
Yeah.
That sounds like they're conceding a draw.
Not really.
After tea, you said,
It depends. You have an hour and 15 minutes before lunch. That's an hour. You can. I think that's reasonable.
So how many overs you think might be available after tea, Gary?
Well, I don't because we would have lost so much time in this game. I don't think the Leewards are. It depends on how the game progresses. If you make runs quickly, then you can reassess and say, okay, I'm going to try and insert your position and try and win the game. But I don't think it is on the Leewards are thinking, no, we're going to try and score quickly to win the game. I think the batsmen want to stay in the middle and get some some time, spend some time in the middle.
I would think, though, that they would probably, this is a long session, the pre-lunch period. I think the Leewards would be more in terms thinking of assessing the situation after lunch as opposed to
did
tea.
I say after tea? No, it's an hour.
You said after tea.
Oh, yeah, right. It's an hour after lunch, right?
Yes, because that's why I asked if after tea. Okay,
It's an
so
hour after lunch.
so we're on
the same page now.
We're the same page now. Okay, so yes, exactly. That was my thinking also.
So they have a lead now of 127. And if you can bat until lunch, you should be able to get another 30, 40 runs. Will take you up to 160, 175 before lunch.
Yes, certainly.
Another short ball, and Terence Ward didn't get hold of it. He probably hustled onto him. He didn't, and he cramped him, and he just got it into the onside. Not a good short delivery from Naheem Young.
I think the Leeward Islands, they have to be wary of the short pitch deliveries. The Academy has had good success with short pitch delivery in this game so far. We saw Louis getting out just before the close yesterday. Durham got out today from a short pitch delivery.
This is very short, and wide has been signaled by the umpire. Ballooning high over the head of the batsman Jamal Hamilton, and a wide has been signaled.
Yes, so I think they need to put that shot away. Unless they're in a very comfortable position, I think they need to put that shot away in the meantime. Because it has been the downfall of a number of the Leeward Islands batsmen in this game so far.
Another short delivery to bring up the end of that over from Naeem Young. So Young has bowled 20 overs. So in this his second spell, he has delivered some 5 overs in this his second spell. 5 overs, none for 7 it is. So it's still overcast here at Warner Park. Ashmead Ned will continue from this the media center end. The count is scoring at 2.86, a lead of 129.
Yes, and Ned will continue. The question is whether or not the Captain Young will continue from the far end. But he seems to prefer to operate with one seamer from an end and a spin bowler from the other. Of course, he has Bishop, similar to Ned, left arm leg spin.
So Ned is continuing from this the media center end, and these two have put on a partnership of 29 runs so far. And the bounce to forward short leg coming onto the front foot. So the forward short leg is there waiting for anything that probably might come off the glove and balloon in the air, even off the bat. So Terence Ward will want to stick around and bat long. He's on 11. He has faced some 37 balls. A lead of 129. Still overcast here at Warner Park. And he's slashing it down towards the back of the point area. So we have seen that the area being highly traffic. It's a high traffic area for Ashley Ned bowling to Ward. He has been going back and looking to pierce the offside field, looking to pass the fielder at the back of the point position. He has not been successful so far, and he would have to be careful as well, because you don't want to get an edge and taken by the keeper. This time it's onto the front foot easily. And so a quiet over. No, we have not seen any runs being scored in this over so far from Ashley Ned. He's in his 10th over, none for 35. Still overcast here at Warner Park. So delivery was driven back on the strip to bring up the end of that over. A maiden over delivered by Ashmead Ned.
Well bowled there by Ned, but what the academy has been able to do over the last couple of overs is to tighten up things a bit. And they have not been conceding too many runs. The current rate, of course, has gone down now to 2.83. At one stage, it was over 3 runs for over. So they are tightening up things a bit. They of course, they would not want the Leeward Islands to get runs too quickly.
So Naeem Young is continuing from the far end. So the Leewards, they have scored some 45 runs this morning. They started at 9:30. So I've scored 45. They started at 124 for 4. So they have 45 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Durham was dismissed when it scored on 140 on the leg stump. Half-hearted appeal. It's a good take by Carl Tuckett.
Yes, Gary, I think that the academy, they are doing a good job at the moment, because the quicker the Leeward Islands score, especially if they are not losing wickets, the quicker they find themselves in a good position.
Yes, so they have been able to keep things tight in the last 3 or 4 overs. They have not seen many runs being scored. And that might also play on the minds of the batsmen as well, because if you're not scoring runs, then you might start to get thinking that you need to go after the bowling. So keeping the bowling tight can also put some pressure on the batsmen.
Could bring about a wicket also.
A short ball, and the batsman probably ducked into it. They came back in towards the right-handed batsman. He was looking to get out of the way, but they followed him and probably came off the shoulder.
In fact, he took his eye off the ball, and actually turned his back to the ball and was struck on the shoulder.
It's a good short delivery. So I've seen some good short pitch bowling from Naeem Young. He did it yesterday in the dying stages, and he got the wicket of Louis. And now he's continuing with the short pitch bowling.
It's not advisable, though, as a batsman, to take your eye off the ball. One would think that the batsman should always follow the line of the ball, especially bounces, but Hamilton opted to turn his back more or less to this one and was struck on the shoulder. Probably got big on him.
So he's going to get a single into the onside. And so one more to the total. And Hamilton will move on to 45. So that over has been completed. So it's 170 at the end of it over. So the Leewards lead now by 130 runs. Hamilton is on 45. And Ashmead Ned will continue from the media center end.
That single, though, from Hamilton, he did not play too confidently, perhaps being rattled by a couple of deliveries before when he was struck on the shoulder. And it was a rather tentative shot. It was in the air. Of course, it was to the left of the man at short mid-wicket, but never seemed too comfortable with that shot. So Young applying some pressure.
So Ned will continue. And Hamilton into the onside and thought about the single. Ward was hustling down. He was stopped by Hamilton because Hamilton took a few paces out of his crease. And Ward was hustling down and had to put on the brakes and he got back into his crease. So a partnership of 30 from 91 balls between Ward and Hamilton. So good partnership developing. They will want to continue. And he's just helping it around the corner. We get 4 runs. That's Jamal Hamilton, the ball on the center, like somebody just got inside of it and played it fine down towards the boundary for 4.
Poor delivery there from Ned, badly lined, and turned nicely down to fine leg for 4. The man stationed there on the backward square boundary had absolutely no chance of getting to that one, and Hamilton moves closer to his half centuries on 49, but giving away valuable runs that time, Ned, just as we were saying that they were tightening up things.
Forces it to the offside, down to backward point, so one short of the half century. And I'm sure that Hamilton is maybe somewhere in his back of his mind, he's thinking that if I get to a half century, then I would try and get up to the century. And it'd be a good landmark for him to make a century in his 100th first-class game.
Not only that, he get into 100 would suggest that the Leeward Islands would be in a fairly comfortable position.
Still overcast here at Warner Park to bring up the end of that over 174. So the lead is 134. And Hamilton is on 49. And Terence Ward is on 11. So good partnership for the 6th wicket. We saw a partnership of 38 for the 5th wicket between Doran and Hamilton. So a good 5th wicket partnership between the night watchman and Hamilton.
Yes, certainly. And as I would have said really that earlier on, that innings by Durham was very critical to the Leeward Islands cause, and very valuable partnership of some 38 runs. Durham, of course, defended well, and he picked up I think it was 12 runs, which in itself is valuable. So he certainly would have contributed to his team's cause.
So Young will continue from the far end. So Ward, he just pushed it down on the offside. So partnerships are important in any innings. So we had the first wicket went down when the score was on 5. The second went down on 73. So that's a good second wicket partnership of some 68 runs. Then the third wicket went down on 76. The fourth went down on 102. So we had... So and this is another good partnership developing between Terence Ward and Jamal Hamilton. The lead is 134. And we still have just about an hour to go before lunch, or hour and 5 minutes maybe. Another short delivery. This time Terence Ward just got inside the line and watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. And Naeem Young is insisting on consistently deciding to bowl those short deliveries. It has brought the team success. Not a short one, but too wide outside the off stump. And Ward not going to be tempted. So we're seeing Naeem Young is bent on bowling those short deliveries.
Well, it has brought success not only to him but to bowlers like Joshua James and even Lane.
short and wide, and Terence Ward is not going to be tempted, so just have one delivery remaining in the over. And maybe Naeem Young might be coming to the end of his spell. He has a spell in which he has bowls. This is his 7th over on shot.
And of course, pounding it into the track, of course, is going to, it takes a lot of energy. So you would have expended a lot.
So the over has been completed. And the Leewards 174 for 5.
So 174 for 5. And they're now ahead by 134 runs. And we have just about another hour to go before the lunch and interval. So quite some time left in the match still. And we're hoping that the weather holds well and that we can have a full day's play, because this is certainly building up into what could be an interesting encounter. But Ned will continue from the media center end, and he's bowling to Hamilton, who is on 49. So Hamilton on 49 from 106 deliveries, looking for that single to get to his 100. And he gets it quite easily as he punches out to cover. Lane comes in, fields, and Hamilton moves to 50 from 107 deliveries. And this has been a good knock by Hamilton, and a very crucial one for his team also. Especially bearing in mind that this team would have been led on first innings by some 40 runs. And they have already lost some 5 wickets. So we see Young. Young is having some words with Ned. And probably planning some strategy, plotting. So far, he has a slip. Backward point. In fact, we now see Clark being put into a silly point position for Ward, and Joseph is going into a short backward square position. So he's bringing changes to the field and looking to get the breakthrough here. So it's a slip, silly point, backward point, short extra cover mid-off. On the onside, a deep mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg, just about 3/4 out to the boundary. And a man at a short, fine leg. Ward gets one on the leg stump defense. And now we see Clark going from moving back from silly point to forward short leg.
Lovely shot forward. Love the straight drive to bring up another boundary for the Leewards. Good shot by Terence Ward. He came forward and pushed it back past the bowler for 4.
Yes, a wonderful shot indeed. Well timed all along the ground. The ball racing down to the boundary. It was to the right of the mid-off, the captain, Naeem Young. And once it had gotten past him to the right, it raced away down to the boundary for 4.
Good delivery, some hesitation, but they get a single in the end. That delivery squared up Terence Ward. He was looking to turn it into the onside. Came from the outer portion and went down into the offside.
So the lead has gone on to 139. And it will soon hopefully move into the 140s. So The Leewards taking it in stages and they're building on their lead. Now we see Clark going back over to the offside. It's a silly point. I think this is just a matter of mind games.
So Hamilton is on 50 from 107 balls. And slashes into the offside. We get a single, tumbling, sliding save down at deep cover point to bring up the end of the over. So with that single, Hamilton has gone on to 51, and the lead for the Leewards has now moved to 141. So the Leewards doing well in terms of not losing many wickets this morning. It started the morning at 124, and so now the lead is 141 for the Leewards.
Yes, sir. The lead building, and Hamilton getting to a landmark, 51 runs. And I'm sure he would be thinking in terms of getting another 49 runs for his team. And for the first time today, we are going to see Bishop, similar bowler to Ashmead Ned, left arm orthodox leg spin. So he has a slip and a forward short leg looking for the catch. There's also a backward point cover, extra cover mid-off. Long on, back on the boundary, short mid-wicket. And the deep backward square.
So the first delivery from Bishop is played into the offside for an easy single.
Whether, of course, the clouds gradually drifting away, but there's still quite a bit of cloud cover.
So a bit of a fumble by Joseph, but you're unable to capitalize on that. So we tell you that Jamal Hamilton first class matches, he would have had 6 centuries and 28 half centuries. So he's now has scored his 29th half century in his 100th first class game. So he's on 51. Terence Ward is on 16. Onto the back foot. Goes too quickly for the single return, comes in. Stumps are broken, but Hamilton is safely in. Good return from Joseph, but Hamilton was quickly in for the single. So one more to the total.
Yes, a very good return. Seemed to have struck the stumps. A direct hit, but Hamilton, of course, safely in. Yes. Of course, there's always the notion that most times a direct hit would signal that the batsman is out. But this was not the case this time. The Leewards, though, they have been playing a number of good shots, but they have not been able to pierce the field. They've been playing them straight to the fieldsman or very close to the fieldsman, and the fielders have been able to cut them off. Oh, he pulls that one out now.
He was looking to back away, but it was spun away and kept a bit low, so he had to get down, get back on it, and the over is completed.
That's one of his favorite shots, Hamilton. Backing away, but as you said, the ball kept low and probably darted back at him. And he found himself in a very awkward position, but in the end kept it out well.
So it seems as though Ashley Ned will continue from the media center end. So that last over, we saw some 7 runs coming. So a productive over for the Leewards. And was that the case? It's 181 for 5 at the end of that over. So Ashmead Ned will continue from the media center end.
Question is whether or not the Leeward Islands will be thinking in terms of trying to up the tempo at this point with 141 on the board. Or as you said, as we said earlier on, wait until the lunchtime and see the position that they're in at the moment.
Yeah, so you still have, according to my watch, of 50 minutes before lunch. So in 50 minutes, and if you do not lose any more wickets, you can score at least, I would say, a minimum 30 runs. That will give you a lead of 173, 175 going into lunch.
So essentially you're saying that at this point you think that they would be looking to play safe cricket.
Sensible cricket.
Or sensible cricket, so to use a better term. And then after lunch, we assess and probably look to up the tempo.
Because if they can get to a lead of 210 runs, I'm sure they will be thinking about declaring or giving.
There's always the possibility too of looking for quick runs where the team could be bowled out.
So I think they will try and play it safe up until lunch and then see what happens maybe the first half an hour, 45 minutes after lunch. That one kept a bit low and Ward was onto the back foot, but he got bat on it. So you have to be careful. You don't want to become too complacent. You don't want to play too many deliveries off the back foot. There's no forward short leg, but a silly mid off. Maybe he's creating a doubt in his mind. Flatter faster to bring up the end of the over. So the Leewards 183 for 5, a lead of 143.
So 143 ahead, and it's going to be a short drinks break. We'll of course take a break ourselves.
So back here, after that water break, second water break of the session, Bishop will continue from the far end. Hamilton pick up an easy single. So with that single, he move on to 53. And the total will go on to 184 for 5. The lead extending to 143. So they're getting close to the first landmark, which is a lead of 150. And then you can see how many more runs they can score after that. Still have in excess of 40 minutes remaining before the lunch interval, or just about 42 minutes.
Still a lot of cricket left in this game, Gary. And still a lot of time for a result. Of course, the key thing really is the number of overs that would be available as opposed to the time.
Yes, the overs are important. And
scoreboard is showing another 59 overs left in the day's play. So it's a question of how many overs would be available for chase.
a big drive, tugging it into the onside, out of the reach of the fielder at mid-on, and was able to pick up 4. That's Rashawn Worrell. A delivery outside the off-stump, and Terrence Ward went into a big drive. I didn't think he got hold of it as well as he wanted, but got it out of the reach of the fielder at mid-on and into the boundary for 4.
It was a safe shot. He cleared the man and it raced away.
Wonderful delivery, spun across Terrence Ward, and from the reaction of the keeper and the fielder at forward short leg, he seen with a chance going down. The keeper, the ball spun across Terrence Ward. The keeper was moving to his left. He got a glove to it and he tried to take it on the 3rd attempt but couldn't hold on. What a delivery. 2, 3 attempts and just couldn't hold on. With a beautiful delivery from Ashley Ned.
It's wonderful delivery indeed, and juggling act there by Tuckett. In the end, he floored it, and Ward getting a life there, but
not Ned actually. It's Bishop who was bowling from the far end.
So Ward being missed there by Tuckett.
And we have been speaking about the keeping of Tuckett. He has done well, but when it matters most, we have seen that he has put on 2 chances. Not a forcing shot into the offside. Will get 4 runs unless the ball stops inside the boundary. It manages to cross the rope now. So it was outside the off stump and a forcing shot, bringing up another boundary for the Leewards.
I sense here, though, Gary, that the Leeward Islands are looking to up the tempo at this point. I don't think they're thinking in terms of waiting until after lunch. And as I mentioned earlier, what is critical to is the number of overs that would be left in the day's play, and how many overs the Leewards think they might be able to bowl the academy out in.
Well, during the water break, the emergency fielders came out and had a conversation with the 2 batsmen. So maybe a message came out from the coaching team, the coaching staff of the Leewards, maybe to ask them to try and increase the run rate for the remaining minutes before lunch.
And of course, they can be sensible about it. They can be very sensible about trying to up the tempo, be very selective.
Hammering it down to the fielder deep at cover. No chance of a run. You could hear the sound, good sound coming off the bat. But he went straight down to the fielder at deep cover.
Young has really set his field well though throughout.
This time he just goes through the legs of the of the fielder. Is that Lane coming in quickly from the cover? Was trying to stop the single, but it was a shot where he took off some of the pace off of it, and the fielder had to came in quickly, but he went through his legs and gave an extra run.
Poor cricket there by Lane. The single was already on, and so he, as you said, he took his eye off the ball.
The over has been completed. It's getting a little brighter here at Warner Park as the dark cloud that was overhead seems to be shifting down towards the west. So the over is completed 194. The Leewards after 68 overs, 5 wickets are down. They're leading by 154 runs.
Yes, and I think they're at a stage now where they could really try and pick up the scoring. 154 lead. Not a bad lead at this point with some 5 wickets down. I don't think they would want to leave it too late.
So Hamilton is on 59, 21 to Ward, and he has faced some 65 balls, 119 balls for Hamilton. And the ball ballooning in the air, the field that forward short leg tried desperately to hold on to it. So he would not know if he came off the bat. He didn't take it. Feel that forward short leg.
Gary, as well you speak, we are now getting the brightest bit of sunlight we have had for the day. Certainly brightened up quite a bit. Still some clouds around.
Yes, so it's bright. But I said the clouds, some dark clouds are a bit high, so it doesn't seem whether there's any immediate threat from the weather in terms of the rain. Good delivery. Getting some bounce. So maybe if you continue to get that type of bounce, you might see a fielder coming short on the offside. That's the limit off. Because the last ball of the previous over got some turn. So flatter faster to bring up the end of that over. So Bishop has been able to extract a little bit of turn and bounce out of the strip.
Yes, he is a tall lad, and certainly has extracted some good bounce. Young, though, has kept his fielders in run-saving position, so he's not willing to concede singles. And we have seen the batsmen play a number of shots which would have gone straight to the fielders, and they were not able to score despite the fact that there were some good shots. So Young is looking to keep the pressure on.
So Ashmead Ned will continue from this media center end. Just a couple of spectators looking at this game. Some tourists seem to have taken time out to come to look at this game as well. Hamilton is forward. So you see on the western end of the ground some tourists maybe coming off the ship, two ships that are in the harbor.
Yes, I've known tourists to come here just to take a photo because Warner Park, of course, has some history. It has gained popularity around the world.
Into the offside, goes too quickly for the single. He called early, played it to the left of extra cover, and was able to get a good run, a good single by the Leewards batsman.
In fact, some years ago, a couple asked me to take some photos for them, and they were from England, And they came to the ground and they said they just wanted to see the ground where the South African
Gives it 6 sixes.
hit his 6 sixes. Against Holland. So people, they are aware of the ground. They know some of its history.
So Ned is going. He is now bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Terence Ward, who is on 21. Onto the back foot to bring up the end of that over. 195 for 5, the Leewards.
So 195 for 5. Lead now of some 155 runs. And I'm pretty certain that the coaches would be busy doing their calculations, the Leeward Islands in particular. And they would be comparing overs to runs, and they would be thinking in terms of where they would want to be at if the opportunity to declare arises. And we certainly could be in for a good one this afternoon.
So a lap shot around the corner by Hamilton with a flatter, faster delivery from Bishop, and Hamilton just helped it around the corner for another single. So he's on the 61, and Terence Ward comes into strike. Nice on drive from Ward, bringing up another single. Just pushed it to the left of Midon. So the first 2 deliveries, you have seen 2 singles in this over from Bishop. Bishop is in his 8th over, bowling from the Lozak Road end. So the sun is out for the longest it has been for the morning. Brightest for the morning, the session is driving. We'll get a single. Return comes towards the far end. So another singles to the Leewards batters. And with that single going on to 198.
The running for most parts for the Leewards, though, these 2 at the crease, they has been very aggressive.
So about half an hour to go before lunch. The Leewards 3 runs short of 200, but they had a deficit of 40 in first innings, so they're just leading by 157. Flighty delivery, Terence Ward just pushes it into the offside to bring up the end of the over, so he wasn't going to be tempted by that flighty delivery from Bishop in that final delivery of that over.
So the academy, they continue to keep things tight. Ashmead and Ned, they continue to bowl good lines and good lengths. And the Leeward Island batsmen, they're not able to really find the boundary. We have not seen too many boundaries recently. As a matter of fact, have we seen a 6 in this inning so far?
No, there hasn't been a 6.
So certainly it shows that the bowling has been good from the West Indies Academy.
I think so. I think Kofi James hit a 6 over backward point, I believe so. I think so. I stand corrected, but I think he did.
Well, we could get some confirmation on that eventually.
So the Leewards have scored some 74 runs in the 2 hours, just about 120 minutes of play. And they would have scored 74 runs. So Ned will continue from this. He will go between the umpire and the stumps. And deliver on the leg stump, and Hamilton looking for the famous lap shot, misses. And he would be a bit disappointed that he would have missed out on that with a delivery on the leg stump, poorly lined, but he missed it. Into the offside, hesitation, return comes towards the far end, the bowler's end, backed up by Joseph. Another single to the total, and the Leewards progress closer to the 200 mark, 199 for 5. Played it around the corner, but it's a fielder at short fine leg, and there is no chance of a run. So Ashton had holding that leg stump line. Was flatter, faster, and the water was onto the back foot and played it down to mid-off. So it's has been overcast for most of the day. The sun came out, but has gone back behind the clouds momentarily. So it's a nice cooling morning for the players. Another over has been completed.
Yes, another over completed. And certainly, as you rightly mentioned, a cooling morning, good conditions in which to bowl. And it will not take too much out of the bowlers. And at the moment, we have the two spinners operating. And they, of course, would be looking for a breakthrough at this point. But it's not coming. But the runs are not flowing freely either. And so one is left to wonder what is really the approach of the Leewards. Is it a question that they plan to try and bat till lunchtime before really going on the attack? And the lead, of course, already 159. But, of course, the overs, by the same token, they're dwindling. Another 53 overs left in the day's play. So the question is how much overs would be available for the Leewards. And Gary, I don't know. I don't know how many overs you think that the Leewards could bowl the academy out in. Let's assume they give them a target of 175.
Another single into the offside. In the first innings, how many overs did the academy batted when they made 177? We'll try and get that for you. But we have, according to the scoreboard, 53 overs remaining in the day's play. So they probably would need at least 40 overs maybe to stand a chance to dismiss the West Indies academy.
I think the academy would have batted in excess of 50 overs in the first innings. We'll confirm that.
So another easy single to Terence Ward, pushing it down to the deep mid-on area. So the 200 come up for the Leewards, 200 for 5 in over number 73. And he's swinging it down towards lane. He got another single. So a few singles, 3 singles in this over so far. So the lead is 161, 162 as a matter of fact. And the partnership is 62 between these two. Terence Ward scoring 23 of those runs. Driving into the offside, a flighted delivery. He was stretching for it and pushed it past extra cover for another single. So we are seeing some 4 singles in that over. So the over has been completed. Over number 73. 203 it is for 5 for Leewards.
Yes, I think the Leewards are at a point where they could try and up the tempo with a lead of 163. That's a fairly good lead. And with the overs dwindling, I think if they are thinking in terms of getting a victory in this match, they could try and score a bit quicker. Of course, still, just half the side is down. There's still some capable batsmen to come in. Louis, for example, the captain Cornwall himself. And speaking of Cornwall, this is perhaps an ideal situation in which he could, the captain himself could come in at the fall of the next wicket.
Well, there's about 20 minutes, 25 minutes to go for lunch. And if they once they bat until lunch, I guess maybe on the back end of lunch, after lunch, maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, they can see how quickly they can score. Because you probably won't see any fire unless a wicket fall now and Cornwall decide, well, he's going to come in and change.
Well, I think, as a matter of fact, I think he might be slated to come in next. In fact, he batted at number 7 in the first innings. So, but he should probably come in next. But I think this is the point at which the Leewards should be thinking in terms of putting the foot on the accelerator, not wait until after lunchtime.
Gets it down to fine leg. And they're going to come back for 2. We'll wait for signal, if there's any signal from the umpire. Signal of leg byes, so coming off the pad of Terence Ward. So 2 more to the total, 2 extras. Ward has faced some 86 balls, 131 to Jamal Hamilton. Flatter faster, out portion of the bat, down to short third man for a single. Hamilton is in 65. I'm sure that also will be in the back of the mind of the captain of the Leewards team. Jamal Hamilton might have his eyes set on a century. And this is 100th first class game. But I'm sure the cause of the team might be more important than get into that landmark, but they'll have to make a decision.
Well, I think it's a team's game, and I think that the first consideration should be for the team and not for the player himself. Of course, he would have had an opportunity to make 100 in the first innings, which he didn't capitalize on.
So another over has come to an end, and Leewards Ned 17 overs, none for 55, 206 it is for 5. Hamilton 65. Michael Louis made 55, and so 2.78 is the run rate. So Bishop will continue from the far end, and it continued to be overcast here at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. So the few tourists that came in, maybe as you indicated, they came in to take some photos because they would have left already, just left a few minutes ago. And there's no indication from the store that they're looking to increase the run rate.
Well, we might be speaking in terms of an outright outcome, but who knows, the Leewards might be thinking differently.
So it plays into the vacant forward of square area, and we could go into the boundary now for 4. So delivery on the center leg stump, and there was Terence Ward just whipping it. So the vacant middle wicket area, 4 runs.
It's a good shot, And he timed it well, and it raced across a fairly sluggish outfield and into the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
He actually got it on the full and just clipped it, so whipped it for 4 runs. So 4 welcome runs to the Leewards. The lead moved to 166.
And now we see the academy now going more on the defense. They have taken out the forward short leg. Is slipping still in place, and in fact they have placed him on the outside in a catching position at a very short extra cover, rather straight.
So the lead is 170. We still have about 17 minutes to go. So another 10 runs before lunch. Take it up to 180.
I think they should be thinking in terms of another 20 runs, 20, 25 runs in the short time.
But as I indicated, I have not seen the indication that they're looking to be more aggressive in these last few minutes before the lunch and interval. So maybe they'll wait until after lunch, but we have to just wait and see.
And of course, the weather seems to be a bit uncertain. We have had this overcast condition for the whole morning. And of course, I'm a firm believer that you do not play cricket with your eye on the rain, but in this current situation, it has to be taken into consideration that the weather is a bit dicey at this point. And, you know, you would like as many overs and as many runs as possible to try and bowl out the academy for a second time. So I would figure that at this point the Leeward Islands would be looking to up the tempo. But having said that too, the academy, they've bowled well. They've kept things in check. And but I think it's just a case of the Leeward Islands not looking to take any chances at this point. The 2 set batsmen out there, one on 29 and one on 65. They're not prepared to take any chances.
A ball which was played into the offside, and the fielder had extra cover and decided to stop it with his legs, but he had his shin guards on, so the shins were protected.
What a smile from some of his teammates. He himself enjoyed it. He's laughing.
Slapping it square of the wicket. Will go close to the boundary. Tumbling save by Lane. They have crossed for 2. Should have been looking for a 3rd one. But just 2 runs to Hamilton from that shot.
So that's better from Hamilton. But of course the delivery a bit on the short side, and he was onto the back foot and slapping it just slightly back out of screw on the offside and picking up 2. And of course, the academy has brought out the sweeper on the cover boundary, because perhaps they realize too that they need to save runs.
And that shot goes down to the deep cover area where the fielder, the sweeper on the boundary, came in to his right. So another single, 213 for 5 wickets.
So Ward, who scored 28 in the first innings, is now on 29. Hamilton is on 68. And the ring of fieldsman on the offside. All in one saving position for Ward.
So for Ward, the fielder on the cover boundary has been brought into the cover, shorter area, because Hamilton is the one that has been playing those forceful shots on the offside. So the fielders are in run saving position for Terence Ward, who is on 29.
Now it seems as though there is an issue with the ball. Probably just a few bits of thread sticking out. This has been taken care of by the umpire, Ramdani. He seems to be saying Ramdani seems to be one of those umpires who keeps a close eye on the weather. He's always seems to be looking at weather report. I had a chat with him on Thursday afternoon. He seems to be very knowledgeable on the weather. I don't know if he's a meteorologist in Trinidad and Tobago, where he comes from, but seems to be very knowledgeable.
And he certainly will have his eyes on the weather here, because it's very it has come to be very overcast here at Warner Park, as it has been for most of the morning. Maybe we're here thinking that the Leewards thinking about an outright victory. Maybe they're thinking to give their batsmen a chance to bat as long as possible, and we now see Bishop extracting a bit more turn, unbounce again from that pitch, and spun away and went over the glove, over the keeper's glove, and they were able to get an extra run, a bye.
Yes, it bounced a bit, and Hamilton was in fact beaten.
So the keeper.
And the keeper himself was beaten. Hamilton was on the forward prod.
So we get an easy single down to the long on area. So we have been speaking a lot about the keeping of Carl and Tuckett. He has been doing well with the faster bowlers. Now the spin is on and it's getting some turn and bounce. There are a couple of deliveries that have gone out of his reach, a chance from the bowling of Bishop. And now we saw one which spun away and he was unable to hold on to it. So a different challenge for the keeper, the young keeper. And I'm sure it's all a learning process for him.
Yes, it is. But just to get back to the current situation, though, I think the first objective when a team comes into a game, the first objective should be to win that game.
That is true. You're playing cricket. You're obviously looking to win. You have to put yourself in a position so you can think about winning. And so the Leewards, the first inning score was not a good score, but now they are come back into the second innings and doing much better than they would have done in the first innings with a deficit. And the two batsmen seem to be set, and they probably need to try and score quickly or quicker. And we're getting close to the lunch interval, so it is highly unlikely that we will see a change in the attitude of these two batsmen with just about 7 or to 12 minutes to go before lunch.
Well, yeah, I agree with you totally, because if they were not making the attempt half an hour ago, why do it with 7 or 8 minutes to go? But I think they're missing a trick here. I could be wrong. They are the ones who are into the game, but I think they're missing a trick. And while they are batting slowly, the overs are going.
Good bit of feeling by Bishop at the cover point, moving across to the left as Ward was looking to pierce the offside field, and he was unsuccessful.
And this has been one of the traits of Caribbean batsmen. They're not willing to be proactive. We have seen too often they're allowing bowling to dictate to them.
And sometimes, and this is where you look at our cricket in the Caribbean to see how our batsmen are developing, because the spinners, we are not seeing our batters using the feet and trying to work the ball. They're mostly playing from the crease.
Definitely.
And if you're unable to come forward, have the confidence to come forward at this level, if you're to go to the higher level when the pressure is greater, it will be even more difficult for you to look to use your feet to the spinners.
Yes, the spinners are bowling well, but I'm not seeing anything there to suggest that you cannot step out and drive or take the attack to the spinners. I think the Leewards are in a fairly comfortable position at the moment.
So another over has been completed. Leewards 215 for 5. And yes, it is important as we as cricketers, as fans of West Indies cricket, you want to see our batsmen developing. And if you're unable to work the ball around, pick up the singles at this level, then you certainly will create an issue when you move to the other levels. So our batters are afraid or maybe unable to come onto the front foot and work the ball to the left and to the right of the fielder. Maybe if there's a fielder at a deepish mid-on and you play to his left, obviously you can get a single play to his right. And that would also throw off the bowlers, because if I'm thinking to myself that I'm bowling a good line and length and you're able to come onto the front foot and work it around to get a single, then I would want to change my line. And then you might cause the bowler to bowl a bad delivery.
Certainly, and 6 singles in and over is 6 runs, and no bowler would like to know that every delivery they bowl, they are being scored off. Except, of course, you might be playing a 20-20 match.
So we're in the final few minutes before lunch. It has been a long session. Play started at 9:30. And Hamilton is easily onto the front foot. 217 for 5. So they started at 124, so it's mean they have scored some 93 runs. Is it 93? Yes, so 215, 91 runs between the start of play and now. Another delivery, and there's a bounce, and turn was a bit slow, and so Hamilton was able to just push it down to the offside. He has now gone down to just prod away at the area that the ball might have pitched. Driving, but straight down to extra cover, or to cover. Yeah. Bishop, looked like that's
Joseph.
Oh, Joseph. Flighted, but the batsman Hamilton is not going to be tempted. Just pushed it into the offside and nod of the head to Bishop to bring up the end of that over. 215 for 5 after 79 overs.
Obviously, the Leeward Islands would continue batting after lunch. There's no question about that, the way they're playing at the moment. And the academy, they continue to bowl tight line and length. The 2 spinners, the 2 left-arm spinners are in operation. And We just have to wait and see what transpires after lunch. What would be the approach of the Leeward Islands team, whether or not they will be thinking in terms of continuing to bat. And I say that because we can't be certain, we can't assume that they're thinking in terms of declaring.
So Ashmead Ned is bowling what possibly could be the final over before lunch. But we'll have to wait and see. Might be able to get in another over, and Hamilton will just call Ward down for a quiet word. Maybe just try to take up some of the time remaining before lunch. Into the onside, so quiet period of play here as we wind down on this first session of the final day's play here at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. Still overcast. Ned is in his 20th over, none for 58. Anxious moment there for Terence Ward. He was coming across, the ball came from the inner portion of the bat, was going back onto the stumps on the off stump, but he got his boot in the way. I probably struck him in the boot and went behind him.
Guilty of trying to be too careful, probably trying to get to lunch.
This time he's easily onto the front foot, and an umpire is looking at his watch. I had a glance across to his counterpart at square leg. There was a nod of the head, maybe indicating that this is the last over. So he pushed it down into the offside. And that brings up the end of the over. And as you see the umpires coming up, the umpire coming up from square leg. That's lunch. You seem as though it is lunch here at Warner Park. Leewards start in the morning on 124 for 4, with Hamilton not out on 20 and Doran on 4. They are now 215 for 5 wickets. Hamilton is not out on 68. Terence Ward is with him. He's not out on 30. That's the position here at Warner Park at lunch on this, the final day's play. So welcome back to play after lunch. 215 for 5. The Leewards, the lead of 175. And just about where I was thinking that they probably would be at lunch. And so we'll have to wait and see what will happen. What will be the mindset of the batters after lunch. So they got you for what should be a leg bye. First delivery after lunch. So with that single, 216. Good afternoon to you, Smitten.
Good afternoon, Gary. And as you rightly said, it would be interesting to see what the approach of the Leeward Island batsmen would be after lunch, because one got the impression that just before lunch that they were playing for a draw.
So the lead 176. This is the second session. And we have, according to the scoreboard, 45 overs remaining in a day's play. A little bit of turn and bounce from Bishop, and I think maybe Captain Young would want to get a couple more feelers around the bat, especially on the offside for Bishop. Okay, he has been getting a little bit of turn and bounce from that end.
I think at the same time too, Captain Young would not want to give away too many runs. Of course, he has been aided by the Leeward Islands batsmen so far. They have not been proactive, and they're not looking to get after the bowling. Of course, this is the first over after lunch, and we expect them to take a couple sighters. But we'll wait to see what happens from here on in.
So the first over after lunch, just a single, just a leg bye from the first delivery. And the Leewards will want to score quickly if they're to insert the West Indies Academy and put some pressure on the West Indies Academy team. So it's going to be Ned who will be continuing from the media center end. So you'll want to see how the Leeward batters will play after lunch. Jamal Hamilton is on 68. Maybe he has his eyes set on a century. But the Leewards, the bigger picture that the Leewards will want to try and force an outright win against the West Indies Academy.
I think the Leewards they would have missed an opportunity though. Of course, Jamal Hamilton could have scored that century if he could have been more aggressive before lunch, being selective at the same time. And he could have already picked up those 31 runs. But
so the first deliveries, play down to deep cover. It's on the boundary, that's lane, so one more to the total. Hamilton moves on to 69. A lead of 177.
I think you would have mentioned use of the feet before lunch, Gary, and we have not had too many fielders at long off, long on, or extra cover on the boundary. And you would have thought that there was an opportunity for these batsmen to go over the top a number of times.
Gets that one through pass slip, so the slip region it will go close to the boundary, of course, for just 2. And there need to be some more urgency with the running of these 2 batsmen. Probably could have tried and see if they could have gotten 3 runs, even all the way down towards the third man area down on the boundary to feel if I'm back with the point that's what I'm wanting to do. And they got 2.
course, as I look out towards the birdwalk area, there's a cloud, a dark cloud, hovering over the hills there.
And it's raining in Nevis on the northern corridor of Nevis. You see whether it's raining on that side. So it might be coming around, coming across.
So chances are we could get some rain here this afternoon. I would not be surprised.
So another over has been completed, over number 2 after lunch. They went to lunch on 215, so they are 219 for 5 after 82 overs. So
2 overs, 3 runs coming from
So
those.
you look in the distance, half of the mountain seems to be whiter. Well, one side is a hazy looking color, the other side has a more whitey appearance, which means that there might be some showers in the hills in Nevis.
See, they think it's porting the distance also.
So Bishop will continue from the far end. Hamilton is on 69. Hammers it down to Mbiki Joseph, who rings the right hand. It was powerfully driven, just in front of him. And he did well to stop it. But in the meantime, he would have suffered a bit of pain. And there's Hamilton just helping it around the corner for another single. So he moves on to 70. And the Leeward's 220 for 5.
Hamilton has found it difficult to find the gaps. You've seen him striking a few powerful blows, but straight to Fieldsworth and not being able to score, not really finding the gap.
So a flighted delivery, and the batsman Ward just pushed it down to a straightish mid wicket. So he has helped himself to a single around the corner. So another single to the total. So they're doing it in singles.
This is rather pedestrian by the Leeward Islands, and I'm pretty sure that the academy, they are happy at the way things are progressing. They're not giving away too many runs.
Oh, he has missed one and he's out stumped. He went down the pitch and looking to play it into the onside. The ball spun across him, and Hamilton has been dismissed. Stump off the bowling of Bishop for 70.
Against the run of play, of course. Probably he had decided that this was time to put the foot on the accelerator. And the first time he attempted, he missed completely and was stumped. A good bit of work there by Tuckett. It was a quick bit of work. And the bails were off in a flash. So he was losing the first wicket. I wonder if that was a sign of things to come. And this is rather interesting. The captain is probably hurt, because we see Archibald going out to bat as opposed to Raheem Cornwall going out. So this is suggesting to me that the Leeward Islands are not too interested in winning this game. Of course, I know Archibald could strike a few blows, but who's better than the captain himself, Cornwall?
Well, he has decided to send Kezon Archibald. So the Leewards losing their 6th wicket with a score on 221. And so a partnership of 81 runs between those two.
Unless, of course, because the two left-hand bowlers are in operation, he figures that in order to combat that, he has sent out a left-hander.
That is a possibility, because Bishop has been getting the ball to spin away from the right-handers, which means becoming in towards the left-handed batsman Archibald. So there's a fielder down on the mid-wicket fence.
viewers, of course, would be happy to know that it's clearing up slightly. Clouds lifting a bit. But nevertheless, we are hoping that it stays good.
Going back to the dismissal of Hamilton, he came down the strip. He was looking to play into the onside when the ball was actually spinning across him. So obviously he would have walked past it, and he did that. And Carlon Tuckett did a good job, so he would have redeemed himself. He would have dropped a chance in Bishop's over before lunch, but he has come back and do a good bit of stumping. Hamilton out stump for 70. Ward will be facing up to Ned. It seems as the Ward has no intention of being aggressive or taking an attack to the bowlers. He has been quite...
Perhaps Archibald has been sent to be the aggressor.
Onto the back foot, looking to pierce the offside field. Has been unable to get that done. So the total remains on 221 for 6. Just pushed it gently down into the offside, down to extra cover. And no run. Rivaldo Clark at extra cover. Looking to sweep, take it on the pad. Loud appeal is given out. We'll have to look at it on the monitor. Terrence Ward seemed to be a bit surprised and disappointed that he was given out, but he was looking to sweep. Ooh.
Looks fairly adjacent to me.
Yeah, it should have been an on drive instead of looking to sweep. He was looking to get it around the corner. So it's probably pitched on center and leg stump and missed it.
Yeah, certainly that seems to be a good decision there by the umpire. Ramdani seemed to have been struck in front, and of course in front could also includes the leg stump, but I think he was struck maybe center and leg, and he was struck fairly full on the pads, and could very well have been out. We see Louis going out now, so I'm wondering if there's some injury to the captain, Cornwall, unless it's a question of the Leeward Islands not interested in pushing for a victory this afternoon. Some 42 overs remaining in the day's play.
Well, they have lost 2 quick wickets after lunch, and that is crucial as well. I'm sure that the West Indies Academy are thinking that if they can remove the remaining 3 wickets quickly, then they might be able to have a shot at the whatever score that Leewards would have posted.
Might be a blessing in disguise for the Leeward Islands based on the way they're playing also, if they get bowled out. Because as far as I'm concerned, they're playing very negative cricket.
So Ned to Jeremiah Louis into the offside. So the lead is 181. So they went to lunch on 215 for 7. They scored 6 runs, but they would have lost 2 wickets. So the over has been completed, a successful over for the West Indies Academy, in which they got a wicket of Terrence Ward, LBW. And so the West Indies Academy will be happy with the way things have gone since lunch.
The Leeward Islands, they have not only lost 2 wickets after lunch, but they've also lost the 2-set batsmen, Hamilton and Ward, who had stitched together a good partnership. So the Academy, of course, would be very satisfied with their work after lunch. And this, of course, would restrict the scoring rate of the Leeward Islands, also having lost those two set batsmen.
So we see now, the helmets have been brought onto the field, so it means that there will be a forward short leg employed. So Rivaldo Clark will go into the forward short leg area, and so the slip will remain. So we'll have to wait and see what will be the approach of Kezon Archibald as the sun trying to peep through the cloud.
Archibald, in fact, coming ahead of Louis, which suggests to me that he might have been sent to do a job, albeit too late.
In the air, chance for a catch. Somebody will take it, and it really was a poor shot from Kezon Archibald. A ball, he was reaching for it outside the off stump, and it went in the air. And it is Mbiki Joseph at mid-wicket who just had to move across to his left, has taken the catch. The Leewards, they have lost their third wicket after lunch.
Yes, delivery outside the off stump. No use of the feet, just stretching and reaching for it, and not in a comfortable position to play the shot. And all he did was to sky it in the air for Joseph to take a simple catch.
Leeward's innings falling away after the lunch and interval. They would have lost 2 wickets for just the addition of 6 runs. And so the West Indies Academy team, seem to be very happy. We're not seeing the new batsman coming into the middle for the Leewards as yet. And Jeremiah Louis has called the emergency fielder out. He may be changing his helmet to a cap.
Yet to see the new batsman. I remember we had a timeout recently in cricket.
Well, Cornwall, the big figure of Cornwall, making his way into the middle. And the Leewards certainly have lost their way since lunch. So we did say that we were going to wait and see what will happen in the first half an hour after lunch. And now we are seeing exactly what is happening. The Leewards losing wickets.
Not only losing wickets, losing their way. But I thought, and I would have said before lunch, that they should have pressed the accelerator before lunch. And now what has happened is that 2 set batsmen have come out after lunch, and they would have to restart their innings before they really start to attack the bowling. The first attempt by Hamilton, he was dismissed. Ward, on the other hand, he was not attempting an attacking shot, but he missed one completely, and he was like before. And we have seen Archibald making an attempt to go over the top, not using his feet, being anchored, stretching, reaching for a delivery outside his off stump and skying one into the air. So not good cricket by the Leewards by any means, but of course the academy doing well.
He will get 1 for a delivery outside the off stump where Cornwall played it down towards back of the point. The fielder had to move away from deep cover to across to his left, but we know only a single because Cornwall is not the fastest between the stumps, between the wickets. So 1-1 to the total. So you have lost the 2 wickets after lunch. You have seen the batsmen attempting to be aggressive, at least 2 out of the 3. So if this had happened before, it probably would have been, they might have been dismissed before lunch.
Not necessarily. What I'm saying is that the 2 batsmen were in before lunch. Oh my goodness. They were set. And you would have figured, even if they had gotten out at that point, they would have gotten out doing the right thing. But what I'm saying, they were there, they were set.
And swung into the onside by Jeremiah Louis for 4. So welcome boundary to the Leewards because they have been losing wickets after lunch. And he picked it up well and swung it away for 4.
Yes, Gary, the 2 batters were set at that point. And that was an ideal time for them to launch an attack. Oh my goodness, there's another single. Cornwall is not moving.
Into the onside, so the over has been completed. So maybe Cornwall and Louis would want to be hitting boundaries because Cornwall is not going to get any quick singles. So if you're going to get a 2, then you turn it will
quick
only
singles,
be 1.
Gary, that was not a quick single.
He's not going to get any sharp singles.
That wasn't a sharp single. That was a single and a half.
Well, not for Cornwall. It would not be a single and a half for Cornwall. So Jeremiah Louis would have to be mindful of that. So we saw it early in the over. He pushed one down to the man at mid-on, and he started to go for the run, but then he realized the partner at the other end was Raheem Cornwall.
I'm wondering if he's carrying some sort of an injury. He came out at number 10 actually to bat ahead of. Archibald came ahead of him, and I'm just wondering if he might be carrying some injury around. Of course, he's a big frame. Or perhaps maybe he wanted to stay down that end to face the bowling and try to hit some out of the park. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Got that through. That's really good for 4 on the off stump, and he played it between the cover point and the backward point down towards the boundary for 4.
Well, perhaps that's one of the reasons why he refused that single. He wants to face the bowling, and he wants to hit a few boundaries. That was a good shot.
So it's 230, it should be 230, I believe. Yes, 230 for 8 wickets. So the lead is 190. Onto the off stump, looking to play it skew the wicket a bit closer this time than the previous delivery. Played it virtually off the off stump and got it down to NBK Joseph at the cover point area. Taking on the pad, but the inside edge. Half-hearted appeal, realized that the ball would have come from the inner portion of the bat onto the pad. So there's a mid wicket on the fence, there's a long on and a long off. Looking to play it into the onside, and then the bowler moves to his right. So it's the lead is 190, and anything over 200, as I was saying before, could pose a challenge for the West Indies Academy. So there's 10 runs away. They have 1 delivery remaining in over number 86. Cornwall is on 5. Louis is on 4. So the over has been completed. The delivery, which was played down towards the backward point area to bring up the end of over number 86. Leewards leads by 190. They're 230 for 8.
Well, just 4 runs coming in that over. Boundary struck down to backward point by Cornwall. And Leewards on 230, leading by 190 runs. But of course, the overs are slipping away quite quickly. They're not scoring runs. They're not scoring too many runs. And the overs are going. And I think we have just about another 39 overs or thereabout left in the day's play. So the question is how many overs Leewards is thinking in terms of bowling out the academy. Or are they bent on winning this match?
So Louis is driving down to mid-off deep, but he cannot get a single. Went a bit quickly, and Cornwall is a non-striker. So that would give an indication why he was unable to get the single. Driving in the air, goes down towards long off air, it goes back, it will drop over the head of the fielder, and he will just tap it back instead of whoops, and just a single. So the big burly figure of Cornwall will come into strike.
These are some of the shots we should have been seeing before lunch over the top, but we did not see one attempt by any of the batsmen to go over the top.
Cornwall is in the air, should be out caught. He is caught at long off. He was looking to play it inside out, and it went down towards the fielder on the boundary, who has taken a simple catch. And the Leeward's innings falling away after lunch. They have lost the 9th wicket. Cornwall just out, caught off the bowling of Bishop. So you look at it on the replay. Taken easily down on the boundary. Is that Joshua James? So Cornwall caught. He was looking to play it on the inside out. The ball spun away from him, and simple catch taken on the boundary.
So the Leeward Islands are folding. The academy, of course, they have stuck to their guns, and they have managed to pick up these wickets after lunch. So another 38 overs left after this one in the day's play. And it's a question of how many overs the academy would have to go after these runs. And will they attempt to go after these runs? But certainly the Leeward Islands, they've made it a lot easier for the academy to save this game.
So the last batsman, that's Spencer, Javier Spencer, has come to the middle to join Jeremiah Louis. So the Leewards falling away after the lunch. They were 215 for 5, and they have progressed to 231 for 9. So 16 runs for 4 wickets. That is exactly, that's not what the management and the supporters of the Leewards would have been hoping for.
Well, I said earlier it might be a blessing in disguise for the Leeward Islands, because at least they'll get out there and make an attempt to bowl the academy out.
Spencer got a flat, fast delivery. He allows it to go through outside the off stump. Which was flighted. He's not going to be tempted. That's Spencer. So the academy doing well after lunch, picking up 4 wickets for just 16.
The academy, they've stuck to their guns very well throughout this innings, and they have not succumbed to any pressure that might have been applied. And coming back and after lunch and picking up wickets and keeping themselves in a fairly comfortable position.
So I want to see what would be the approach of Jeremiah Louis. That's the final play at the middle, and they would want at least give the West Indies Academy something around the region of 200, just over 200 runs. They're 9 runs away from that 191, psychologically 200 mark. 200 to be a psychological achievement for the Leewards, but I'm sure they'll be disappointed with where things have gone since lunch. So Ned is in his 16th over, and that's Ned. Well, Joshua with about 16 overs, Bishop, that is. And get an easy single. That's Jeremiah Louis.
Well, Gary, if we look at this score at the moment and the number of overs left, even now the academy would have to go at almost 5 runs per over to get these runs. And after this over, there would be another 37 overs left. So, the academy would really have to go. Yes, so it's actually 37 plus the 15. So that would give us about some 52 overs. And would that be enough time for the academy to get these runs?
Or enough overs for the
Or
Leewards
enough
to
overs?
dismiss the academy. There was Spencer playing it in the air but out of the reach of the fielder at a straightish mid wicket. And that's Joshua James. He's bowled, looking to swing into the onside. The innings of the Leewards has come to an end just about 45 minutes after lunch. They are dismissed for 232. A lead of 192, so it means that the West Indies Academy would have to make 193 if they are to win this game. As you look at it on the replay, looking to swing over mid-wicket, missed it. That Spencer, bowled by Ned, and the Leewards have been dismissed for 232.
Yes, 232. Pathetic display after lunch for the Leewards. And it means that the academy would have some 193 runs if they are to win this match.
All right, so the innings has come to an end, and the Leewards 232 all out. So we'll take a break, and we'll await the reply from the West Indies Academy.
back here at Warner Park. We're about to see the start of the final inning of this match, the Academy. They would be looking to score 192 to win. And the Leeward Islands, of course, would be looking to pick up some 11 wickets. I welcome back Gary Pemberton.
Good afternoon to you, Smitten, and good afternoon to listeners. So the Leewards fell away after lunch, losing the last 5 wickets for just 17 runs. And a good response by the West Indies Academy. And as the West Indies Academy starts their second innings, they have been greeted with brilliant sunshine here at the Warner Park Stadium. So maybe it's an indication that the sun is shining on the West Indies Academy.
So the two openers are there. Warwill takes first strike, and his partner at the other end is Kadeem Aline. Warwill, of course, a left-hander, but the Leewards starting with 3 slips. There's no gully. There's a backward point cover, and mid-off for the left-hander. There's a long leg, short mid-wicket, and the mid-on. And we are held up a bit as Louise tying his bootlaces. So Cornwall is out there, so obviously he's fit to go. So obviously there's not much wrong with him.
So the first delivery, and he's pushing into the offside, so the target is 193 for the West Indies Academy to win this game. Warrell, Rushawn Warrell, he's the opener, one of the openers. He's left-handed. And so it's Jeremiah Louis who took 5 wickets in the first innings. And Warrell just guiding it down towards the point area. So the Leewards went to lunch on 215, and they were dismissed for 232. And the spinners, Ashley Ned, 23.4 overs, 2 for 66, 5 maidens. Joshua Bishop, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 33. And those are the bowlers used after lunch. So a wide delivery. Batsman thought about it, then allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So for the Leewards batting, we saw a top score of 70 coming from Jamal Hamilton, 35 to Kofi James, 33 to Terence Ward. Those were the top scorers. So they lost their last 5 wickets for just 17 runs. So the Leewards will have their work cut out for them. The West Indies Academy, when they batted, made 177. The Leewards made 137 in the first innings. Now the West Indies Academy, they have been asked to score 16 runs more than they did in the first innings.
I must tell you too, Gary, that they have some 35 plus 15 overs in which to get these runs.
So 50 overs. So it's come down to a 50 over affair. Need to make 193 in 50 overs, which is under 4 runs per over. And that should be, if you can bat 50 overs, Smitten, you should be able to make 193.
Yes, certainly. And it would be interesting to see what the approach of the Academy would be. But 50 overs is a very long time. You could settle in, get a good start, and then pick up the tempo.
And the question would be whether you can get in 50 overs and for the remainder of the day's play. So a single to bring up the end of that first over to Warrell. So he's off the mark. And the West Indies Academy, they are 1 without loss.
Well, we went up to 6 o'clock yesterday. So it all depends on the light, the whether or not the weather holds fair. So far, it has cleared up a bit, and it's looking a lot more promising at the moment, although we still have some clouds around. But, of course, these are long days here, and we could go up to 6 o'clock today.
So Spencer will be opening the attack for the Leewards from the far end. And he'll be bowling to Worrell because he got a single off of the last ball of the over from Jeremiah Louis. But it is of some concern though, Smitten, because you would have lost in excess of a day's play, and yet still we have a game that is a possibility that there can be an outright victory. So that speaks to the standard of play in the region, that our teams or our regional team first class matches cannot go 4 days.
Good start there by Spencer. But in fact, the other 2 matches, those in Jamaica, they have already been completed with lots of time left. Of course, Jamaica is an hour behind, and we are just about an hour after the lunch and interval here, which tells you that those 2 games finished long before the appointed time.
Lovely shot on the pad. He just whipped it through back of the square for 4. Pitched on the pads of Worrell, and he played it well for 4.
Good shot indeed, lovely shot. And a good confident start for the academy. And I'm pretty certain that the academy will be thinking that they can get these runs. They would, of course, be looking for a good start by their openers, and the top order in particular, and put some pressure on the Leeward Islands.
So delivery outside the off stump, Spencer getting a delivery on the off stump. We have been hearing some talk about Spencer, and your thoughts on it? I don't know if this is the first time you've seen him, but there has been some talk about him previously in terms of his ability and the fact that he probably can go far in West Indies cricket.
First time I'm seeing him actually. I suspect that he's from Antigua.
Wide delivery. You want to be bowling a little closer, with 2 slips in the gully. You need to make the batsman play at those deliveries. It's too wide outside the off stump.
And of course, we did speak about the fact that we do not know too much about our players in the Leewards, because they're not getting the exposure at territorial level. So we do not know much about our players.
Driven through the offside for another boundary to Worrell. So he has struck 2 boundaries so far, and Spencer was driven into the offside. So another 4, total moves on to 9.
Well, that shot suggests to me that the academy are going after these runs, and they're not going to be bogged down.
Spencer will try once more. He has 1 delivery remaining, and this is first over. Has been struck for 2 boundaries. And if you could recall, in the first innings, his last couple of overs, he was struck for a few 4s. So the over has been completed, and after 2 overs, the West Indies Academy is scoring at 4.5 runs per over. They need to make 193. If they have to win this game, they are 9 without loss.
Yes, a good start. After 2 overs, 9 without loss. A good start for the academy. A long way to go still. And just to get back to what I was saying earlier on, so often we are seeing some of our players for the first time when they're playing regional cricket. And that's the first time we are seeing some of these players. And we wonder when the days would come back, when they would be playing some sort of 2-day, 3-day, 4-day cricket at Leeward Islands level. The Leeward Islands tournament in the past, of course, was the breeding ground for many of our top players.
Forces off the back foot, and we get another boundary. That's the West Indies Academy. So outside the off stump, and this time it's Joseph just forces it past cover point and down towards the boundary for 4. The matter of fact, it's actually Karim Aline, and he played it down towards the boundary for 4.
Yes, a good shot there by Aline, and both batsmen, they have been picking up boundaries. So this has been a very good start.
Pseudo slips. Good delivery. The batsman looking to play it into the onside outer edge, dropping between the first, in front of the first slip, and it went between first and second. Cornwall couldn't stop it, and it has gone into the boundary for 4.
Yes, that one really travelled quickly. Cornwall initially stuck out the hand, but pulled it back rather quickly. Stuck out his right hand, but it bounced between the two players, the Ward and Cornwall. Ward at second slip, Cornwall at first slip, and it ran quickly down to the boundary for another 4. So Leewards has to be careful here. And good, quick opening partnership could break the back of this chase.
Good delivery. Touchdown just on about the off stump, made some height as well. And the batsman Aline was beaten.
You mentioned Spencer being highly rated in some circles. There's of course Sheena Berridge, who is in the squad. He's the local boy, and there's a school of thought from the locals that he could have been very successful on this track. He probably should have been in this 11.
Good flowing drive, but he went straight down to Doran and extra cover. Sheena Berridge had a good season a few years ago. I think he would have gotten the most wickets in the competition. And
certainly.
He was spoken about as a possible selection for the West Indies team, but he never really got the opportunity. I think he would have played for an A team or a representative team for.
Yes, I think he would have played for an A team.
Lovely shot through the covers, and he poses for the camera, and it plays it through extra cover for 4, pitched up, and there was Aline onto the front foot and drove it sweetly between extra cover and mid off for 4.
Wonderful shot indeed by Aline, and he didn't bother to run. He just remained in position and waited until the cameraman had taken about 2 or 3 shots, and a wonderful shot indeed.
It was in the air, but went well out of the reach of the tall figure of Durham at extra cover, and he got a boundary. So total has rushed on to 21. You have seen some 3-4s being struck in this over so far.
And back to what I was saying earlier to Gary, of course the Leeward Islands tournament once was the breeding ground for some of our top players, and we could go back and name quite a number of these players. Andy Roberts, he played Leeward Islands tournament. Viv Richards the same, and you had people like Jim Allen, Arterton, Derek Parry. All those guys would have played in the Leeward Islands tournament.
There was Aline going for an extravagant drive. Came from the outer portion of the bat, went high in the air, and was able to get 2 runs. Yes, the Leeward Islands tournament was the breeding ground for a number of our top players. In those days, the tournament used to be played mainly on the weekends, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But then nowadays, because of the increased cost in hosting tournaments, in recent times, when there's a tournament, it is played in one territory, and the final matches are being played like during the week. And sometimes matches are being played, and persons in the territories not even aware that these matches are being played because it has not been advertised properly, and then it is in the middle of the week, and persons probably don't have the time to really go and look at these matches.
I could tell you safely that quite a number of persons in St. Kitts do not know about these matches being played.
Wide delivery on the onside, good take by Jamal Hamilton. So there's some work to be done. I know it is costly. Traveling is very expensive. The cost to host these matches, but we have been hearing that for years. But if you want to be playing cricket, if you want to be competing, then you must come up with a plan to develop the cricket in the Leewards. You cannot wait until the West Indies tournament is being called, and then you just get a couple of players together for 2 weeks and expect to have good competition.
Of course, you'll never get your best talent out because you're not seeing everyone. So, of course, there are challenges in places like Barbados. Barbados is one country, Trinidad, Guyana, Jamaica. But in terms of these islands, they're separate islands, of course, separated by water. So they have to travel a lot by air. Of course, recently we have been hearing talks of people traveling by sea, some fast ferries, so which of course would be a lot cheaper. So that of course could be an option at some point in order to move players around from various territories. Or they go back to the old version where back in the 60s and 70s, the tournament was played in one island.
Well, that has happened in recent times because I think the last Leeward Islands tournament, it was, maybe a few years ago, was played in St. Kitts Nevis. So that is an option. But that's what I was saying, that in the long-term days when cricket used to be strong in the Leewards, the matches used to be played on weekends. Some persons would have time on the weekend to go look at these matches. And in recent times, you'll have the matches being started in the middle of the week. And if it has not been advertised properly, then persons would not come out to play. But so I think they are moving towards having the matches being played in one territory because of the travel, like the cost associated with traveling and hosting these matches.
In the meantime, though, the academy, they have gone on to 23, and we're just in over number 4.
He's hammering it high and hard over the bowler's head and over the fence for 6. So Spencer has been roughed up by the batsman Aline, a short ball, and he hammered it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. If you look at it on the monitor, and he stood up tall and displayed it straight back over the bowler head for 6 runs. Normally, in the long-time days, it is unheard of to be hitting a bowler straight back over his head for 6. Not a short ball. It swung away again, and it has gone for another 6. It was short again, and there was Aline got inside his wicket and swung it over mid-wicket for another 6.
That shot was played with a lot of disdain by Aline. And this is really an assault on the Leeward Islands bowler, Spencer, in this case, going for consecutive 6s. And the academy making an early dent into the required amount to win this match. They are now 36 for no loss from 4 overs, and they're going at 9 runs per over.
So we need another 157 runs. Spencer has been expensive. His 2 overs, of course, 20 runs.
We see Ross Powell going on to the field now. Someone would have left. We'll get that player for you in a while. I see Cornwall at slips warming up, so chances are he might be coming into the attack very shortly. Perhaps the very next over from the far end.
Delivery where Port Worrell is driving and missed it, taken behind by the keeper. So it's 36 for 1 in over number 5. The target is 193. The count is scoring at 8.64. They get an easy single. Just drops it down to the onside. Spencer coming in from mid-on. Cannot stop the run. And the field will change over for the right-handed Aline. Aline is on 26 from just 8 deliveries. And Rashawn Worrell is on 10 from 18.
When I look around the field, I'm not seeing Archie Ball. Ross Powell is on, so he probably went off the field. Probably for a change of boot. We'll have to wait and see. Or for that matter, he could very well be sporting some sort of injury, but he's not on the field at the moment.
So a strong offside field for Aline. Just a long leg and a mid-wicket on the onside. Straightest mid-wicket. Driven straight back over the bowler head and to go 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. So Aline has decided that he will take the attack to the Leewards bowlers. He has rushed down to 30 from just 9 deliveries.
Like I said earlier on, this is really an assault on the Leeward Island opening bowlers by Aline. And he's not afraid to go over the top and has been successful so far. And as he scores rocket on to 30.
Again, this time in the onside. And he got it over mid-on, down towards the boundary for 4. So he's dealing in 6s and 4s because the last 2 strike from Spencer's bowling, he struck a 6. And now the last 2 deliveries from Louis, they have been struck away for 4s.
In fact, he struck 2 6s, consecutive 6s off the bowling of Spencer. So he's really on the go at the moment.
So 45 in the 5th over. So they're scoring at 9.64. It was a short, and he was looking to swing into the onside, but probably didn't get up as high as he anticipated, and just got it down into the onside. So he was probably paying for the lack of enthusiasm before lunch. They were very, very slow in terms of they didn't take the attack to the West Indies Academy bowlers, and now the West Indies Academy batters are taking the attack to the Leewards bowlers. They
have been forced to go very defensive too. There's a cover point sweeping, there's a mid-wicket or square leg, long leg, back on the boundary. And there's just one slip and the gully.
Swing in. We get another, probably will go into the boundary for 4. Didn't get hold of it as well as he wanted to, but he got enough on it. And another 4. So an expensive over by Jeremiah Louis has come to an end, and the total has rushed on to 49 after just 5 overs. Spends 2 overs, so 20 and Louis 3 overs for 28.
So Archibald goes back on the field, and Ross Powell leaves the field. So probably just a short break for Archibald, probably to change his boots or, well, we'll never know. But this is really an assault by Kadeem Aline, and he's not willing to die wondering. This is an all-out assault. And this is what I was speaking about before lunch with the Leeward Islands. They were afraid to try and go over the top. And very tentative, more bent on defending and waiting for balls that they could hit easily. But the mark of a good batsman is one that is able to challenge the bowler, one that is able to use his feet and turn good balls into bad balls, and score from good deliveries.
So Aline reminds me of one Philo Wallace, big figure, and he's not afraid to go after the bowling, and he's certainly taking the attack to the Leeward's opening bowlers. And now the captain has come into the attack. He wants to stem the flow of runs. 49 from 5 overs, 9.80.
So we see Go now going to a forward short leg for the left-handed Wowell.
I would think that we'll see the spinners doing a lot of the bulk of the bowling in the final innings.
Well, certainly you started with the fast bowlers, and they have been belted all over the park.
It's another slog sweep down towards the wideish long on over 4. And so the 50 for the West Indies Academy has come up in over number 6. With that boundary, it has gone on to 53 for no loss.
And obviously the Academy, they're bent on getting these runs. They think that they can get these runs. But we saw in the first innings that they had a good start, and then they lost wickets quickly. So what the Leewards would be looking at this stage, they would be looking at this stage to pick up a couple of wickets as quickly as possible. And Young, in especially, well, not Young, Aline,
They will get at least 2 runs, thinking about the third, and they will get it quite easily. Because I thought that Jeremiah Louis thought maybe there was a fielder behind him, because he was looking over his shoulder, realizing that there was no one there, so he had to run all the way down to the mid-wicket area, and then the batsman able to get 2 runs. So the over number 6 has been completed 56 without loss.
Yes, this has been a very good start by the West Indies Academy. And unlike the Leeward Island batsmen, these two at the crease, they're looking to get runs. They're looking to score. They're not thinking in terms of just occupying the crease. And both batsmen, they're looking to get runs. And they've been very selective. And, despite the fact that shots have been played in the air, they have been over the top. They have played them away from fielders, and they have been very successful so far in posting 56 runs off some 6 overs.
So let me remind you that the target is 193. So it means there are some 137 runs away from victory. And they have all of 44 overs based on the scoreboard remaining if they are to win this game. So 137 in 44 overs. You can make 137 in these days in less than 20 overs. So it is a strong possibility that the West Indies Academy can get up to the 192 runs.
The only difference, Gary, is that at some point there are no restrictions on the field, so the captain can spread the field.
Yes, but based on the overs, 44 overs, which you may not be able to get in all those overs, it is, once you play sensible cricket, you can still work the ball around and pick up the runs.
But certainly, so far, the Academy has certainly outplayed the Leeward Islands team. They have played the better cricket of the two teams. And at the moment, they are very much on top.
Delivery which was forced into the offside. And it is Kofi James at extra cover. He's the vice captain of the Leewards. Stopping it well. So Cousin Archibald bowling his first over from the media center end.
Would you have opted, though, for Archibald at this point?
Well, I think he just trying to see what he has to offer, because based on what you would have seen from the two openers, maybe the most obvious option would have been to go to the spinners. Good delivery, making some height. The batsman Worrell was looking to guide it into the offside. Went between, came from the inner portion of the bat and went close to the stumps and went behind him.
So it's been a good over so far, though, from Archibald. And this is what is required at this point. The Leewards need something here. They need a few tight overs to reduce the scoring rate. It's been going over 9 for some time now. We're into over number 7, and the score is 56.
Slow delivery, but Worrell is to the measure of it, pushed it down to extra cover. 137 required. 56 is over number 7. No runs have been scored yet off this over from Kezon Archibald.
He needs to finish well, though. He needs to keep it tight. This is what is required at the moment. This is what the Leeward Islands need at this point. Very tight over. And a maiden over would be just what the doctor ordered at this point.
Push it down to the offside once more. So 5 dot balls. So kind of stemming the flow of runs. 38 to Aline from 12. Rashawn Worrell has been most sedate. He's on 17 from 28. So maiden over has been completed by Kezon Archibald. The captain Cornwall, I'm sure, will continue from the far end. So it's a situation where the West Indies Academy looking to get 193. They have started well, because only 7 overs have been completed and they've rushed on to 56. Leewards would want to pick up wickets to stem the flow of runs.
Yes, and a welcome maiden over there by Archibald. And Cornwall himself would be looking to tighten up a bit at the far end. But this has been a good start. A quick fire start there by the Academy. Some 56 runs. And we have just had some 7 overs completed. Which means that they are going at over 8 runs per over. Not over, just about 8 runs per over. The West Indies Academy. So it's a very good start indeed.
And there's Aline continuing to go after the bowling, swinging it through mid-wicket for another boundary. So the score has rushed on to 60 at the start of the 8th over. With a shout of catch it, but it went quickly into the mid-wicket fence. So as a result of that shot, Doran has been sent 3/4 of the way to the boundary. And the man at plays also a backward square. There's a mid-wicket on the fence and a long on. And this time he has cleared the fence. So maybe the fact that Doran has been placed on the boundary, he decided to go further and struck it over mid-wicket for another 6. So you have seen some 3 sixes in this innings from Aline, and he's not letting up on the Leewards. And they have rushed down to 66.
Well, they certainly would have to get rid of Aline very quickly, or this match could be over in no time.
Playing it, just sweeping it down to back of the square. Spencer is on the boundary, 1 more to the total. So another expensive over. 11 runs from that over so far.
So Cornwall continues to be very ineffective in this match so far. I wonder if he would bring himself back for another over or turn to someone like Durham.
Looking to swing into the onside, and didn't get a run. Goes into the offside. I think Cornwall the first couple of. I think he's trying to bowl a little bit too fast. You need to slow it down a bit. Give the ball some time in the air. We'll go for an easy single as the fielder was deep at mid-on, and they were able to go through for the run to bring up the end of another expensive over. 12 runs, or is it 11? 13 runs coming from that over from Cornwall. So the over is completed, and the score is 69. 69 without loss after 8 overs.
Yes, a very, very good start. 8 overs, just over 8 runs per over. The academy, and they're really going after these runs. The way they are batting.
So Archibald will continue. His first over was a maiden. I'm sure we're looking to get the wicket of Worrell. Worrell is on 18.
I think the Leewards need to get the wicket of Aline at this point. He is certainly going great guns.
So it's 68 in over number 9. Delivery on the off stump. While looking to force into the offside, making some height, a little more effort put into the delivery from Kezon Archibald, taken behind by the keeper.
Archibald just bowling just short of a good length, and being able to keep the batsman quiet. He's not carrying it up in the block hole, or he's not bowling too short. We have seen Aline being severe on such deliveries. So he's in his second over, and it's first been a maiden.
So we'll get a single into the onside, And he'll bring the attacking Aline, who is on 49. 49 from 15. So he just one away from the half century. And he wouldn't be surprised if he bring up the half century with a boundary.
Well, it will be interesting to see the line and length that Archibald bowls to him. And will he be able to hit Archibald out of the park as he has done with the other two opening bowlers? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
So the field is widely spread. There are 5 fielders on the boundary, a long leg, mid wicket, long on, long off, cover on the boundary. Just ease it into the onside to bring up a well-played innings, a well-played half century to Aline from some 16 deliveries. And he raises his bat to the applause of his teammates. 7 fours and 3 sixes, strike rate of 312.5.
Well, that one was short lifting, just on about off stump, and the batsman Aline, mindful of the fact that he needed just some 1 run for his half century, just pushed it into the offside for a single, not really going for the bait, not really trying to whack it out of the ground or pull across the line.
So Archibald has been able to keep things quiet. His first over was a maiden. So 7 fours and 3 sixes, so that's 28 and 18. 46 runs in boundaries.
At 74, no score. You could easily say that the back of this chase has been broken. And it's just for the academy to bat sensibly, and they could very well get these runs.
We still have about 35 minutes before tea. So we get an easy single, just turning it down towards long leg to bring up the end of a no ball. And Archibald has been guilty of bowling a number of no balls in this game.
I think he would have bowled at least 5 in the first innings. Can recall that he would have bowled at least 4 from this end and 1 from the other end. But no less than 5 no balls in the first innings.
So 2 runs have been added to the total because they got a single from the bat of Aline. Oh, that's Warrell, sorry. This time Aline gets a single, running the first one quickly, thinking about the second, he's going to come back. Returns, misses a stump, and the hands of the keeper going on his head, indicating if the ball it was a direct hit, Aline could have been in some trouble. But he came back quickly for the second one.
Yes, but a direct hit there, he could have been out. That looked very close to me. As the ball passed the stumps, he seemed to be out of his ground still. But Leewards are in trouble here, and they're searching for the first wicket. We've had just some 9 overs completed, and it's 8.22 runs per over for the academy so far.
So we see that the captain has called his troops together. He's now having a meeting with his team, trying to figure out the next step or how they're going to restrict Aline, because Aline has really taken the attack to the bowlers. 52 from just 17 balls. And so we'll see if Cornwall seems as though he will continue. So Cornwall will continue from the far end. So let us see what will happen. Maybe he's called the troops together to ask if he should go for another over. Maybe they all give an overwhelming yes. So he has decided to continue from the far end, Smitten.
The captain probably needs to call himself together and start to lead from the front. His bowling has been innocuous so far. He has bowled badly and he's given away runs. And we'll see how he goes in this over. And depending on how he performs in this over, I think he should opt for another bowling change, probably bring Durham into the attack.
So there's no fielder, no one. Well, there'll be a slip, but there is a long off. There is an extra cover. There is a cover point. There is a backward point. There is a mid-on deep, straightish mid wicket. There is a short, fine leg, and there is a mid wicket on the fence. The field is so widely spread that it's an easy single to Warrell. Just tucked it into the onside. 75 it is.
And this is so because Aline forced the Leeward into spreading the field.
He's tugging it or whipping it into the onside. We get a single because there's a fielder protecting the mid-wicket fence. So one more to Aline.
Of course, when the academy bowled, they were allowed to set defensive and run-saving fields by the Leeward Islands. But Aline has forced the Leeward Islands on the back foot there. Once he's on strike, they're forced to spread eagle the field. And this, of course, has been a hallmark of our cricket here in the Caribbean. We play too much tentative cricket, the batsmen in particular. And at times, you get the impression that they are afraid to take chances.
There was an appeal, and Terence Ward diving forward a slip, couldn't hold on to it. I don't know, came from the bat or the pad. Came from something, maybe the pad, and dropping in front of Terence Ward.
Looks like pad to me, but it might have been an inside edge onto the pad.
So a quiet over has come to an end. Just 2 runs coming from that over from Joaquin Cornwall. But they need to get wickets because the West Indies Academy have gone off to a flyer. 10 overs and they have rushed up to 76. So they just need another 117 runs to win this game.
Yes, they do need to get wickets and get them quickly too. But at the same time too, they have to restrict the scoring. They need to bring this run rate down and apply some pressure to the academy batsmen. But as you rightly said, it's very critical at this point for them to get the breakthrough and pick up 1 or 2 other wickets to put the academy on the back foot. In fact, I think they need that wicket of Aline very much at this point.
So Archibald will continue. He has been able to keep things fairly quiet. First over was a maiden. Raheem Cornwall, 3 overs costing 21 runs. Spencer, 2 overs for 20. And Louis had 3 overs for 28. And he's hammering that over mid-wicket. And it has gone 1 bounce for 4 and a short delivery. And there was Aline again swinging over mid-wicket down towards the boundary for 4.
Very good shot indeed by the young man. And he plays the pull shot very well, the hook shot very well.
So he's not afraid to go after the bowling of the Leewards bowlers. And he has really taken a liking to the medium pacers from the Leewards in this innings. What would be the response from Kezon Archibald?
Short boy.
Should be out. Yes, it is. Caught down at long off, looking to hit it on the up. And it didn't get enough bat on it. And Spencer down at long off has taken the catch. So the innings of Aline has come to an end. The caught off the bowling of Archibald for 59 well-played runs from just 19 deliveries.
Well played indeed. And he has taken his team to 80 for 1 at this point. And one shot too many though. But at the end of the day, this has been a very good knock. And he certainly would have broken the back of that run chase for his team. But we saw in the first innings, 1 wicket brought a second and then a third. So the academy has to be very careful here. But the man going to the crease, he batted very well. He was very sound. He played some nice shots. His timing was good. Joseph, and he would have scored some 42 runs. So he would be looking to get a good start. And after the start, the academy certainly would be fancying their chances of getting to this 192 runs to win this match.
So the man who has been taking the attack to the Leewards bowling has been dismissed. So maybe the Leewards might feel a little relieved. The fact that the attacking batsman Aline has been dismissed. So if they can bowl some tight overs and they can put some pressure on the other batsmen, maybe they can pick up some wickets and put some pressure on the West Indies Academy. But right now, the West Indies Academy seem to be out front. They have done well. Good start, a flyer.
Yes, a very good start. But like I said before, they needed to get rid of Aline, and they've done so. And at the same time, too, they needed to tighten up. We saw the captain, Cornwall, in his last over looking to tighten up. He just conceded 2 runs in his over. So while they would be looking to get wickets also, they would be looking also to tighten things up and to give away as few runs as possible. But we certainly do have a match in hand here this afternoon.
So Joseph, thinking about the single. The one was coming in quickly. Prevent any possibility of a run. 113 required. So he was struck for 4 in the first delivery. And the next delivery, Aline was looking to hit him over long off for 6. But he found the hands of Spencer on the long off fence. So Aline has been dismissed.
Tulefander's at the crease now. It might be a lot easier for the Leeward Island bowlers. But we have seen two innings completed for the Leeward Islands in terms of batting. Going forward into the next game, Gary, do you foresee any changes to the Leeward Islands setup?
The will want to have a look at the top of the order. At Joshua Grant, he made a duck. As we have been saying all day, all match, that we don't know of the ability of these players because we have not seen them in action in Leeward Islands cricket. Even though he would have made a pair, if he was someone that we know this guy has ability, he can really bat, you might say, okay, we need to give him another opportunity. So I cannot say much about Joshua Grant. I can only speak from what I saw, but what I saw of him in this game, he doesn't look confident at all. So there's a possibility that there could be a change at the top of the order. We're hearing that Kyron is available.
Well, I had some confirmation today that he would be in for the next match. I actually spoke to the coach and told me that he would be available for the next match. So he didn't tell me he's going to play, but he would be available. So I suspect that he would be drafted into the Leeward Islands team at the top of the innings.
That would help the batter in terms of the experience, but he would also need to come and make some runs, lead from the front. He's an experienced player. He would have played for West Indies, and you should be able to come back and dominate at this level. So you're expecting him to shoulder the responsibilities and make some runs for the Leewards.
We've also had failures from people like Go, for example. The batting has not given much to be written about. Oh, that's a good catch.
There was Worrell coming forward, and the ball went quickly down to the fielder at forward short leg, and he took the catch. And the Leewards, that's Joshua Grant, taking a good sharp catch. And the West Indies Academy, they have lost the second wicket.
Yes, it went straight to him, but he took it well, and he had to be up quickly and holding on to that one, and that is what made it such a good catch. He's showing sharp reflexes there at forward short leg, and Leeward Islands now getting rid of the two openers and bringing themselves back into the game. But we have a busy little player. He looked good in the first innings, Greece, who is going out there to partner Joseph. So the Leeward Islands still has a lot of work to do, but good breakthrough there, picking up 2 quick wickets, and the captain now he's really pulled himself together, Cornwall, and he's bowling a lot better. And Leeward Islands now giving themselves a bit of a chance here.
So 2 wickets have gone down with the score on 80. So Cornwall getting a wicket with the first delivery of his 4th over.
I see on the scoreboard a pass score, which I know would not have any relevance to this game, but I wonder why it's up there. Oh, well, it could be, no, sorry, my apologies. It's actually runs to win. It's above the Duckworth-Lewis par.
Yeah,
it's runs to win. I was a bit confused there.
Delivery offside the off stump, and O'Geese looking to play it, secure the wicket, flatter, faster, and taken behind by Jamal Hamilton. So they've gotten the 2 openers. So Cornwall looking to continue to get wickets. Delivery coming across O'Geese, just guiding it down into the offside.
And Gary, the current rate now has dropped to 6.86 and continues to drop.
Backing away, looking to slash it into the offside, the hands of the bowler. Maybe thought he might have gotten to the defense out of that shot, but over has been completed. An anxious moment there for O'Geese with the last delivery of that over from Cornwall.
Well, the onslaught seems to be over for the moment, and the Leeward Islands slowly easing themselves back into this game. And like I said before, it was critical that they bowled some tight deliveries, some tight spells, some tight overs, and at the same time pick up wickets, because Aline was really going at a breakneck speed.
So So Archibald continues from the media center end. Still overcast at 1 o'clock. With no immediate threat. There's still some high clouds. They're not as dark as they were earlier. So it is likely, hopefully we can get to the day's play without an interruption.
Cornwall strengthening the offside field. He has brought mid-wicket over to mid-off. There's an extra cover. Cover backward point, right back on the boundary. 2 slips and a gully. Gully almost in a 4th slip position. And on the onside there, just 2 fieldsmen, mid-on and long leg.
So you'll be forced to keep that off some blind. The man that extra cover is there for the drive, the front foot drive. And normally, when you drive, the ball can leave the bat in the air. And that's where Jeremiah Louis is at extra cover. I'm sure he'll be keeping his eyes out.
So we could remind listeners, of course, Gary, that 50 overs in which to get 192 runs. The academy.
Beautiful delivery. Brought the batsman, that's Joseph, onto the front foot. He was driving and the ball steamed away at the last minute, taken down by the keeper.
Yes, sir. A very good delivery from Archibald. And drawing the batsman into a defensive prod, and he was beaten outside the off stump and through it went to the keeper. But Archibald certainly has brought some sanity back to the proceedings here. He in fact picked up the first wicket, that crucial wicket of Kadeem Aline, who was going great guns and pulling back things for his team.
Wide outside the off stump, but he has been forced to keep that off stump line because, as you indicated, it's a strong offside field. And so there are just 2 fielders on the onside. So he has to try and keep that off stump line. You have 2 slips and a gully waiting.
Well, he's actually bowling to a plan, and so many times we have seen bowlers being asked to bowl to one side of the wicket, and they're all over the place. In fact, bowling on the wrong side, so to speak.
It's coming forward from open face, and they will get 2 as they field it down on the cover point boundary. Had to run across toward third man, so enough time for Joseph to come back for 2 runs.
So it would have taken Joseph some 8 deliveries to get off the mark. And, in fact, 9 deliveries. So 9 deliveries there to Joseph, pulling back things a bit. In fact, the other batsman, Agisi, has faced 5 deliveries and is yet to get off the mark.
Outer edge, so we go down towards the boundary for 4. Was driving, peel off the outer portion of the bat, and went through the backward point area down towards the boundary for 4.
Just 4 there for Joseph. Oh. So a fortuitous 4 for Joseph. And at the end of the day, when you look in the scoreboard, you're not going to see the word fortuitous in front of those 4 runs. You're going to see 4 runs. So it does not matter how they come. It's 4 runs to his name.
Taken on the pad, loud appeal. And the keeper is asks wondering why that was not given, and I think that the keeper probably is overreacting.
Well, in fact, the bowler went up, but you can see that his appeal sort of faded away. Cornwall, he realized it was no.
So some pressure is being built here on Ogis. He has faced some 7 deliveries. hitting it into the offside and will not get the single. Good bit of feeling there by Doran. He was waiting to see if the ball would have gone past Doran, but he dived away to his left, stopped it and kept it close enough to him to prevent the batter from going for the single. So the target is 193, so they need 107 runs. We have, according to the scoreboard, 36 overs remaining after this. Sweeping, we'll get a boundary, I'm sure, as Archibald is giving chase. He will not pull it back, and it has gone into the boundary for 4. Body line delivery, and Ogis made good use of it.
Yes, a very good shot there by the young man. Getting it fine. There's no one down there on the boundary. And it ran away. But the academy needs not panic at this point. They are still going at a healthy rate. The initial required weight was just under 5 runs per over, and they're going at over 6 runs per over still. So they seem to have things in control very much.
So another over has been completed, just the 4 runs. A body line delivery which was played down towards the final area for 4. So 90 for 2 after some 14 overs. Archibald 1 for 16, Cornwall 1 for 25. And Cornwall has bowled 5 overs. And Archibald has bowled 4 overs. Ogis is on 4. And then Beaky is on 6.
Archibald will continue, of course. So 90 for 2 from 14. And that is a very good start by any means. So Leewards are still, they're still searching for wickets, and wickets is what is going to help them at this stage.
Joseph is playing it down to the gully. There's been a little shift in terms of the position of Durham. He has now gone to the conventional gully area because previously it was a bit closer towards the slip area. And a shot in the last over from Archibald went from the outer portion of the bat and went through the gully and down towards the boundary for 4. He will get a single as that one came back in towards the left-hander. So he's a run to Joseph. So he will go on to 791.
Leeward there doing some work on the ball that slips. Seems to be the designated ball polisher. I've seen him doing that for some time now.
There was Ogis looking to play it a bit square of the wicket. And was beaten, taken behind by the keeper, a bit too close to him for that shot. Look at the replay, a little bit closer, looking to play it square of the wicket, taken behind by the keeper.
He looks like a busy little player, but he seems to have good timing. Left-handed batsman, of course. Elegant looking, slimly built also.
So 102 runs for the West Indies Academy to win. Geese is on 4, Joseph. So things have certainly slowed down since the departure of Aline. He went when the score was on 80.
Well, at one point the rate was over 9 runs per over. It went down to 8 and was consistent at just over 8. It's now down to 6.2 runs. The rate at the moment.
Now a good delivery. The batsman shoulders his arms and he allows it to go through to the keeper.
Of course, the Leewards would like to take this down even further and probably get it down below 4 runs per over and apply pressure to the academy. But once the rate continued to remain above even 4 runs per over, then the academy would be in good shape.
And the Leewards would want to take a wicket before tea. We just have about 7 minutes to go before the tea interval. But I'm sure the West Indies Academy players or batters would want to ensure that they go into tea without the loss of any other wickets. So at the end of the over, it is 91 for 215 overs have been completed.
Archibald has been bowling well, but with 7 minutes to go, it might be a good ploy for Cornwall to bring in the left-arm spinner. Not only would he be able to get in more overs, but perhaps with the batsman with the INT, you might be able to bowl more dot deliveries and bring down the scoring rate at this point. Who knows, might also pick up a wicket. So if I was Cornwall, I certainly would have opted to bring in the left-arm spinner.
So Cornwall will continue from the far end. 5 overs, 1 for 25. So it's 91 for 2. And he's swinging over mid-wicket. He has cleared the fence for 6. Good shot there from Mbiki Joseph. He reached for it and he swung it over mid-wicket for 6 runs.
Well, who said that the batsmen had their eyes on tea? Joseph got one in his half and swung it over mid-wicket for 6, and that certainly would keep the scoreboard well above the 6 run mark.
So it's 97. So it means that they're under 100, less than 100 to win. Guiding it past the slip, and that's Kofi James coming across from the backward point area, kind of stop the single. 98 total. 98 for 2. Another easy single to a geese. So the total has gone on to 99. So just 1 short of the 100. Looking to sweep again, he misses and taken behind by the keeper. The over has been completed. So it's 16 overs, 99 for 2. The West Indies Academy, the target is 193. So they're 94 runs away. And the Leewards are 8 wickets away from victory as well.
Well, we see Archibald with the ball, and it's Kofi James who has been brought into the attack. So I think this is a sensible move, bringing a spinner into the attack at this point. But having said that, though, the batsmen for the academy, they're bent on playing their shot still. They certainly do not look like they've closed up shop and awaiting the tea interval. They're looking to get on still. And this is an opportune time for the academy. They obviously feel that they can win this game. So they certainly have been very positive and scoring at a brisk rate.
So Kofi James has been brought into the attack. He's replaced Kelson Archibald from the media center end.
If I'm not mistaken, I don't think Kofi James would have bowled an over in the first inning.
Good delivery on the stumps. The batsman of Geese just pushed it down to forward short leg. That's Joshua Grant. Sure he won't forget this game. Grant, in terms of his batting, he made a pair. Single down to long off. Kelson Archibald comes in off the boundary. So with that single, the 100 for the West Indies Academy has come up. And 100 for 2. So just 93 runs away from victory. Easily onto the front foot is Joseph. So this could very well be the last over before tea. You have two balls remaining. Good delivery, spinning around outside the off stump, taken by the keeper to bring up the end of the over and to bring up the end of play before tea. So at tea, the West Indies Academy in search of 193 for victory. They end on 100 for 2 with Joseph, the Mbiki Joseph, not out on 20, and Akeem Ogis, he's not out on 6. That's the latest from the Wana Park playing stadium.
100 for 2. It's into the final session on day 4. Rakim Cornwall continuing from that southern end. And the first runs after the tea interval here. The West Indies Academy versus the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And nicely poised indeed. A target of 193 for victory needed by the West Indies Academy. Conversely, Leeward Islands, they only really needed 8 good deliveries, 8 wicket-taking deliveries. And Rakim Cornwall is in search of that very thing. He has a slip in place, a gully, a backward point, or point in fact, a deep point, about halfway to the boundary, extra cover. And Biki Joseph, the batter, who's on 14 not out. Akim Ogisto with him on a 6. And some 32 overs remaining in the day's play by the scoreboard. This one high in the air. It's a wonderful attempt there. Is it Karima Gore? Yes, it is. He was on the wide long on boundary and ran probably about 20 yards in from the boundary rope and diving forward and seemed to just hit his head and the shoulder awkwardly. Do hope the young man is okay, but definitely A for effort in attempting that catch. And Mbiki Joseph for making it clear the intentions of these batters for the West Indies Academy. They are... And with the action starting after TM, joined by Gary, who's been here for the entire day. So you've seen the entire action for the day. And your take on where we are at right now. Where does the pendulum swing?
Well, it is the West Indies Academy started off quickly in the second innings, and they had a very, very brisk opening partnership between Aline and Worrell. And Worrell, Aline made 57 from 19 runs, and that put the West Indies Academy in a very strong position. But since he has been dismissed, the Leewards were able to stem the flow of runs. So right now you can say it's in the balance.
Jeremiah Louis from the commentary box and down the leg side. And Akim Ogist is watchful.
And there was an opportunity to take a third wicket. It was a good effort from Karima Dua coming in off the boundary. But I thought he hesitated initially, and that probably put him off somewhat. If he had gone from the onset, he probably would have gotten closer earlier and might have been in a better position to take the catch.
Yeah, I think, but he did make some good ground though. This one is a better lined delivery on this occasion from Jeremiah Louis. And it's going to be interesting to see how he goes against 2 left-handed bowlers. It was something that even when he bowled in the first innings, he just seemed, Jeremiah Louis, to be a little bit more comfortable bowling to right-handed batters. Of course, his wickets, his fifer in the first innings, those would have been right-handed batters. He struggled a bit in the first innings bowling against left-handers.
Well, Aline took the liking to the opening bowlers because Louis, 3 overs went for 28 runs and Spencer, 2 overs went for 20.
This one flicked away through mid-wicket. It's not timed too well, and it's going to be picked up by the mid-on fielder running across. So a couple more runs to the total, and the target is that much closer.
Yes, it is, and if these 2 batsmen can put their heads down and bat sensibly, they can get up to the remaining runs. That is a 91 based on the score, 102 for 2. But the Leewards would want to keep the pressure on. But I thought the Leewards in the first session, the batters who were set, they didn't really try to go after the ball and to accumulate more runs. There was 2 slow in terms of getting the runs before lunch, and then after lunch when they tried to speed up the lost wickets.
This one on the legs and flicked away by Joseph into backward square, and he's looking for the second. It's not there. Good work coming off of the boundary. Looks like Karima Gore out there on the boundary. And with just about 90 runs, in fact 90 runs with that single, 90 runs the remaining target, and an average of about 30 overs to go in the day. Of course, that's up till the last hour where we can take that extra time if necessary, weather and light permitting. This one flicked down to mid-wicket. Gore is after it. They're looking for the second. Hesitation. And all's well that ends well.
Yes, a bit of a hesitation between the two batters, but the return was a bad one and was backed up in the onside. And so the West Indies Academy, the 103 or 104. But I thought that maybe Cornwall probably would have started with spin, but he decided to come back with Jeremiah Louis. I thought that the opening bowling for the Leewards in the second innings was not too good, and we saw Aline took the attack to the bowlers. So I thought maybe could have started with the spin after tea.
Yeah, now that near mix-up in the middle of the pitch there, going for that second run, I was just mentioning to you, 90 runs at 30 overs, 3 runs and over, give or take. When you do the maths, they don't necessarily have to be in such a haste. This one outside edge, and put down in between a first and second slip. We get the chance to see it again, to see what exactly happened. Definitely a beautiful delivery. Good length, off stump line, finding the outside edge, good height, first or second slip.
It should have been taken. Terence Ward going to his right, and Raheem Cornwall was moving to his left, but Terence Ward got there, and he should have held on to it, and he didn't. And there's a chance going a begging for the Leewards. 2 chances since tea.
Yeah, 2 overs since we've come back out, and 2 chances. One down to that mid-on area in the previous over. And then this one, edge found from Jeremiah Louis. So easily could have had his first wicket in the second innings. Nonetheless, 104 for 2. The score, they are going at a 4, just about 5.4 to the over, just under 5.5 to the over. So nothing foolish is really needed. Just good, sensible batting, as you mentioned, that good start from Kadeem Allen. Cornwall continues, swept away. And it's gone into the boundary, just in front of the player, just to the side of the player's pavilion. And the scoreboard ticks over.
Right, it was going down the onside of the left hand, and he just helped it around for another boundary. So the runs are coming quickly after tea, but they had an opportunity to pick up both wickets, and they floored it, and so they might have to pay a penalty for dropping those catches.
Yeah, the elegance of Akim Ogist on show. Here he is taking a step forward, not quite getting to the pitch of the delivery, and a good sensible batting to change the shot and defend. Here he is again. This one pops up and dropped another drop chance. Of course, I'm saying a drop chance, but it could have been a pad. In fact, as we look at it again, it seemed to be pad, in fact.
Yeah, from the replay, it seemed to be pad, but it didn't. The fielder, Joshua Grant, moving away from 4 shot, couldn't hold on to it, so we would never know.
Slow delivery from Cornwall. It's up in the air and it's gone away.
It's dropping well short of Spencer at backward point. The keeper Hamilton is giving the impression that he probably should have come into the catch, but it dropped well short of Spencer.
Yeah, these chances are coming thick and fast here for the Leeward Islands. And you feel as if the wicket is right around the corner. Flicked, talking about around the corner by Akim Ogist, down to square leg and an easy single. So there are the 5 runs in the over so far with 1 delivery to go.
Yes, so chances go in for the Leewards. They need to hold the chances because the West Indies Academy, they're getting closer and closer to the target.
And they definitely have batting to come as well. And dot ball to finish. And here's Mbiki Joseph about 5 paces down. And just giving that impression. And again, making the intention known clearly. The West Indies Academy, they are going after this target.
They're looking for the runs, yes. And so they're 109, so it means that they're 84 runs away. We have all of the 30 overs remaining. And I'm sure that the Leewards are mindful of that. They want to keep things tight. They want to hold the chances. They have gotten 2 since tea, and they have failed to hold on.
So Jeremiah Louis will continue from the commentary box and talking about victory targets and results. Just to bring you up to date in the first round of matches in the CWI 2024 4-day championship. The Jamaica Scorpions, remember, losing yesterday by 9 wickets to Windward Islands Volcanoes. Down the leg side and looking to flick was Aki Mogis, and well taken by Jamal Hamilton. So the Windward Islands winning by 9 wickets yesterday, so they won inside 3 days. The Barbados Pride also won inside 3 days because they lost their first day due to some challenges with the outfield in Chedwin Park. Barbados Pride winning by 9 wickets today. And the Guyana Happy Eagles and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force game and no result outside the off stump and a cutaway. And would you believe it? The gap between a second slip and probably a wideish third slip, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, he played it deliberately. He was in control. It was in the air, but it was out of the reach of either the second slip or the gully and down towards the boundary of 4. But there's some concern, though. You have these matches finishing inside 3 days. What does that say about the standard of play in the region?
That's a heavy question that I think after this delivery, full delivery punched through the leg side down to that fielder in mid-wicket in Karima Gore, patrolling that boundary out there, and just the single. So five runs already in the first half of the over. To go back to your question, Gary, I think the different people you ask around the Caribbean, you're going to get so many different opinions. I do personally think, though, it's a bit of a worry because this is the format of cricket that's getting these guys ready for test match cricket. Beaten, cut in half.
Beautiful delivery. He got that one to come back sharply towards the left-hander, went between bat and pad, because he has been getting the ball to seam away from the right-handers, and with this one coming back in towards the left-hander, a beautiful delivery from Louis.
Yeah, and the pose and the lean on the bat from Mbiki Joseph, almost a sign of respect that, hey, you got me there. But definitely a beautiful delivery from Jeremiah Louis. It is something that I guess can be of concern. Nicely defended out to the covers. Only the Barbados Pride getting over 300. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force getting over 200. Not able to complete their innings. They were well poised, only 4 wickets down. So they possibly would have gotten over 300, you would think, with the batting they had to come. But the rest of the tournament, the batting, and I think even at our senior level, it has been a bit of a concern. This one beaten again.
Similar delivery to the previous one, and it was beaten again. And Louis continued to bowl well. Because we want to see our batsmen batting long. You need to be able to bat for an entire day. You have 4 days to play cricket. It doesn't make any sense for the match to be finishing inside 3 days. Then how are you going to play a 5-day test match?
It is something of a concern there. Of course, there was that period just a couple of years ago, if you throw your mind back, as the end of the over from Jeremiah Louis and the West Indies Academy 114 for 2 in pursuit of 193 for victory. And a couple of years back, West Indies senior men's team, they struggled to get to 250 and 300 in test matches, and we're losing games. Raheem Cornwall continues, nicely defended by Hakeem Ogis. They were losing inside 3 and 4 days as well.
And they had a problem in the second innings, most times being dismissed for less than 150 runs. The second innings always is a concern for West Indies as well.
As Ogis just plays this one out to long on and picks up the easy single. But now we can see that even in the last Australia series, the batting didn't quite click, and thanks to some good bowling, this one fielded at a forward short leg. Granted, it was really in main part the performance in Australia due to our bowlers, and of course none other than Shamar Joseph beaten outside that off stumper, drawing him forward. Raheem Cornwall, that a perfect off spinner's length, drawing the left-hander forward, beating that outside edge. And you feel like something is about to give in this one.
So they are 78 runs away, and I'm sure that the West Indies Academy are mindful of that.
Cornwall searching and almost prying out that wicket, almost getting Mbiki Joseph to play into the hands of Jeremy Grant at forward. A short leg, but a dot ball to finish at the end of another over. And 115, so just one run in that Raheem Cornwall over. And there's still some 78 runs to go. And of course, making mention of our newest speed sensation at the senior level. News today that he got a contract for the IPL.
Yeah, I saw it. So how that is, because I know he would have indicated that he really wanted to play Test cricket for the West Indies. But sometimes you speak, you're in the limelight in the moment, and you're probably thinking, I want to play Test cricket. But then with the advent of T20 and the amount of money that is available in T20, who knows what will happen in the next couple of months.
Yeah, and I really, I think, speaking with Earl on the first day, I mentioned that I want to see him grow and go even further. It's just one performance, so we're excited by it, but we want to see him grow and go forward. And I always say that you can't knock a young gentleman or young lady for choosing a particular path for financial gain. You have so many different things to think about. And he has a family, and at any point in time, we saw Kareem Agor attempting that catch. He could have so easily, thankfully he didn't land badly, he could have so easily landed badly, injured his shoulder or hit his head and been out of the game and out of an income for some time. So it's always that dichotomy, and whether to go for the money or not. Driven. But straight to Colin Archibald. 115 for 2.
Well, he has a chance. He'll perform in the Test matches, and obviously once you're performing, the different franchises around the world will come at you and offer you big opportunities. So it's a matter of how he manages those opportunities.
Foolish delivery, and it's a punch to straight to that man there at mid-on.
So they're just 78 runs away. The first 3 deliveries, no runs being scored by Ogis. He's on 20. Joseph is on 15.
Two slips and a gully away as Louis is in and outside that off stump. Swaying away nicely is Hakeem Ogis. What's impressed you about Hakeem Ogis? He's done well in the first innings, and he seems set here now in the second innings. What is there to like about Hakeem Ogis?
I didn't see him in the first inning. I'm just seeing him now for the first time. He seemed to be a busy player. He seemed to be someone who knows what he's about, and he seems to have a lot of confidence as well. And that's what you need in our youngsters, to be confident in what we're doing.
This one, he just turns into the leg side and just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. So 5 dot balls and a single to end the over. And just 1 run in this over as well. So a couple of good overs here, a couple of tight overs here from the Leeward Islands, the Raheem Cornwall over and now the Jeremy Louis over. And the score now up to 116 for 2.
But it's still no pressure on the West Indies Academy. They have enough overs. It is the onus will be on the Leewards bowlers to try and get wickets. Once the West Indies Academy player stays there and work the ball around, they can get the remaining runs, which is 77 runs.
And Mbiki Joseph with him, who is at the non-striker's end, coming off a well-played 42 before giving it away of sorts in the first innings. He's gotten a start. He's 15. Hakeem Ogist in that first innings as well got himself a starter, got 19. That's when he turns around the corner. Hamilton is after it. He's not going to be able to prevent the single as the ball runs about 3/4 of the way, half the way to fine leg.
So delivery on the leg stump, and the batsman was into his wicket, got it down towards the short or long leg area for a single in the hands of the bowler Hakeem. Raheem Cornwall went in the air hoping that he might have gone to the defense, but he got back on it. So they continue to tick over here at Warner Park. It's 117.
And of course, they still do have quite some batting to come, do the academy. Their skipper Naim Young, who didn't trouble the scorers in the first innings. Their wicket-keeper Carlon Tuckett, who didn't trouble the scorers either in the first innings. The big hitting Joshua James, all sitting in the dugout, and they'll be hoping that they're not called upon, in fact.
Well, that may be true, but I'm sure that Leeward's management team is hoping that the bowlers can get some wickets and get those players in the middle.
Raheem Cornwall has been good through this over. String of dot balls once again. Bowling nice tight to straight lines and looking to attack the stumps and bring that outside edge into play. This one turned around the corner. Hamilton has to chase again, but this time it's gone further, so they'll complete 2 runs. In fact,
and
looking for the third, but decide against it.
All right, another badly lined delivery from Cornwall on the leg stump, and the batsman just had to come inside of it and work it down towards the long leg area. 2 more runs, so they continue to pick off the runs slowly, and so the Leewards will be under pressure. I thought the Leewards before lunch could have done better in terms of rotating the strike and being more aggressive, and probably would have put some pressure on the West Indies Academy bowlers. They didn't do it, and then after the luncheon interval, they lost their remaining 5 wickets for just 17 runs.
Yeah, a collapse if ever there was one. And then, as you mentioned a while ago, that onslaught, 57 from 20 deliveries from Kadeem Alling, giving the academy a rocket launch of sorts in their chase. At the end of the Raheem Cornwall over, and Jeremiah Louis will continue, 119 for 2. Bowled him. He's played on. Would you believe it? Hakeem Ogist chasing a wide delivery from Jeremiah Louis, and Jeremiah Louis has his first wicket in the second innings.
Well, a full and wide delivery, and there was the batsman Ogist stretching for that ball. It came from the inner portion of the bat and went back onto the stump. A quite unfortunate way to be dismissed. But he's dismissed, and I'm sure the Leewards are happy. But you're staying on the leg stump and the bat so far away from your body, it's almost likely that something like that would happen if the ball came from the inner portion of the bat and went back onto the stumps.
And really no real foot movement from Ogist. He never got across to the ball. Just really bringing the front foot halfway forward and stretching in the end. And once again, he's gotten himself a start and then gotten himself out. He made 19 in the first innings and now 21 in this innings. And it is Rivaldo Clark who is going to join Mbiki Joseph. Mbiki Joseph still there on 18, in fact. So 3 wickets now down, and you would think that it's probably in the balance. I would say the Leewards have a bit of the edge because they only need 7 good deliveries to win this match.
Well, 7 deliveries may be a bit far away as well, because I'm sure if the West Indies Academy put their heads down, they can get the remaining 74 runs, and those 7 deliveries may not be available then.
Yeah, but they definitely can't get 74 runs in 7 deliveries. But I get your point. And they want to make things happen quickly with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Louis now back over the wicket to the right-handed Rivaldo Clark. And it's on the legs and it's tucked down to Colin Archibald, who was a bit slow in getting to the delivery, allowing them
He was
the
napping,
single.
he was sleeping at mid-on. If he had moved off quickly and picked up cleanly, could have put some pressure on Clark.
And a bit too straight from Jeremiah Louis. And that's the pressure you're talking about, that you want to continuously put on the batters. A string of good overs, just 1 run in each of the last 4 overs, and the wicket. You'd want to be switched on and not give away those easy singles. A wide-ish delivery from Louis again. And Mbiki Joseph is a lot more watchful than Akim Ogist was. What impressed you most about that half century from just 20 deliveries from Kadeem Allen?
Well, his ability to hit the ball with power and clear the fence, and he seemed to be fearless. And I was saying before, he reminds me of Philo Wallace.
Really short delivery from Jeremiah Louis, and taken well above the head from Jamal Hamilton. No signal from the umpire, so still just 1 over the shoulder, but well within the allowance. Another wide. That's quite some comparison. Philo Wallace.
Yeah, the way he bats and his fearless attitude, and he's able to clear the fence with ease.
This one is wide outside that off stump, and you're seeing here a bit of, again, as we chatted about a while ago, Jeremiah Louis just seems, when he's bowling to left-handers, he just doesn't seem to get it right. Whether it's from around the wicket or over the wicket, just seems not to get it in that right spot.
It's a bit too wide. And even the delivery that he got the wicket of Geese was a bit wide, and the batsman chased after it, and it came from the inner portion of the bat.
And this is a lot better, a lot closer to Joseph. Of course, remember, he had those couple of deliveries, one that cut Mbiki Joseph in half, really, in between bat and pad, almost taking the off stump, almost taking the edge. But another Jeremiah Louis over comes to an end, and the Academy now moving on to 120 for 3.
So 73 runs away. Cornwall will continue from the far end. Jeremiah Louis has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 38. His first 3 overs cost 28 runs, so he would have bowled 4 overs and picked up 1 for 10. So his last 4 overs have been very good.
So some 25 overs remaining in the day's play. Of course, that's up until the last hour of play, when things can be adjusted if a victory is in sight one way or the other. I don't know if we'll get down to that last hour of play, though. With the Academy batting at a 4.5, 4 3/4 to the over.
At one point, they were going in excess of 9 per over.
And of course, Mbiki Joseph is still there. This one, speaking about scoring quickly, slog swept by Rivaldo Clark. and signaled a 6, both by the umpire and the fielder making the retrieval. So speaking about scoring quickly.
Yes, another 6. So 126. So the target now moves into the 60s. The remaining runs 67. And once you get down to 50, then it's almost like it's over. But the Leewards will want to keep things tighter.
It's almost like the West Indies Academy players are trying to catch the cruise ships in the port before they leave.
Well, I think they leave at 5 o'clock. Maybe they have enough time, this hour and a half before they leave. So 90 minutes to score 60 plus runs.
Cornwall a lot straighter on this occasion. Good delivery, good line, good length. And this is something that we've come to know from Rakeem Cornwall over the years. He tends to keep it simple. His bowling action is nice and easy. He just puts the ball in the right spots time and time again. Punched off the back foot. Down to the long on fielder. And a couple of runs to the total.
So there's no pressure on the West Indies Academy batsmen. They're playing it easy, playing it straight, play the ball in front of you, pick up 2 or 3 runs per over, and you should be good. You already gotten a 6 and now a single, so 7 runs in that over so far.
Floated delivery down the leg side. Looking for that sweep shot is Mbiki Joseph. Probably to get it over that fine leg region because there is a fielder out at deep square leg. But that brings the Rakeem Cornwall over turn end and the Academy 127 for 3. And speaking of Rakeem Cornwall, what do you think the Leewards can do differently to progress the game in their favour?
Well, first of all, they have to take the catches when the catches come to them. And they'll have to continue to bowl tight. You have to continue to bowl wicket on wicket. That last delivery was a bad delivery, and I'm sure that Joseph was a bit disappointed he didn't cash in on it. But you want to bowl straight, you want to keep the runs down, and once you do that, you can put some pressure on the batters.
From a fielding perspective, you mentioned taking those catches. As we look at the field, 2 slips and a gully, a backward point on the boundary, extra cover and mid-off on the offside. This one is flicked in the air.
Well judged.
And
catch.
would you believe it? Colin Archibald, judging to perfection, diving to his left, effects the catch. And Rivaldo Clark is departing for just 8 runs.
Well, you asked me what they should do differently, and I just said take the catches, and an excellent catch by Kezon Archibald diving away to his left, because previously in the over I thought he was napping at mid-on when he got the single, but this time he was wide awake, diving away, and took an excellent catch.
Yeah, so that's a couple of overs in succession from Jeremiah Louis, where he's been able to pick up a wicket early up in the over, which is the converse of what the Academy was doing all along, getting those boundaries early in the over and then just ticking over the strike. So keeping his team in the game here is Jeremiah Louis.
So Captain Naeem Young has come to the middle. He's on a pier, and I'm sure the fielders would remind him of that. Try and put some pressure, psychological pressure on him.
And as I was calling out the fielding positions and that catch happened, I was just about to ask you as well. You mentioned taking the catches and bowling straighter lines and so on. I was going to ask you if you would make any fielding adjustments in terms of fielding positions. We didn't need it on that last delivery though.
Because once the bowlers are bowling tight, then you can afford to bring in the fielders, put some pressure on the batters so that they can't get no easy singles.
Yeah, and I think at that field, that point, I would have preferred to see that person in. This one short from Jeremiah Louis. That point fielder on the boundary to the new batter, Naeem Young.
He needs to come in closer. And maybe Jeremiah Louis is giving Naeem Young a taste of his own medicine, because when he bowled, he gives the Leewards batters some short deliveries.
Yeah, indeed, Jeremiah Louis. And now with 7 wickets so far in the match, of course. Remember, he got that 5 for in the first innings, 5 for 29 from 14 overs. This one fuller in length and drawing Young forward.
Maybe it's a case where Grappin Cornwall is forgetting Karim Ado is down on the boundary because I think he's wasted. As I said, the new batsman, he should be inside preventing the single.
Yeah, in that first innings, Louis himself was responsible for the wicket of the skipper Naeem Young, getting him trapped LBW. He took a couple of balls away from Naeem Young and then brought one in sharply to him. Trapped him LBW, just like this, and there's a half of an appeal.
Beautiful delivery, touchdown just on about the off thumb, and he got it just to seam away slightly, and he had the captain of the West Indies Academy team beating all ends up.
Yeah, so he has one up on Naeem Young so far. Can he make it to 2 in the game? As the conditions just seem to get a little bit darker here at Warner Park.
It's overcast, has been overcast all day, a dark cloud above.
Shorter in length, and Young is defending nicely.
Yes, and the fact that the captain is on a pair, why would you want to have your fielder out on the point boundary?
Maybe a third slip or maybe a forward short leg, but definitely not that fielder out on the boundary at point. And especially your strike bowler as well in operation. Swung away high in the air. Durham is going. Durham takes the catch. And a wicket number 5 in the bag.
So a pair for the captain of the West Indies Academy, Naeem Young. I thought he was a shot on this, a desperation shot, because he probably was trying to hit his way out of that pair, but the outer portion of the bat found. And when you look at this replay, I'm sure you'll be disappointed with that shot.
Yes, indeed, a well-judged catch by the big man, Daniel Durham. Running back from that gully position, taking the catch just a couple of meters off of that third man boundary. And the Academy, after getting a brisk start in pursuit of 193, thanks to Kadeem Allen and some sensible batting from Mbiki Joseph and Hakim Ogis, they have found themselves in a position here now where they have lost a couple of wickets in a quick succession. In fact, a few wickets in a quick succession. And it's that man, Jeremiah Louis, who is possibly thinking about a second fifer in the match.
Yes. So he has now taken 3 wickets, 3 out of the 5. And Joshua James will want to come to stem the fall of wickets. But a good period of play for the Leeward, as I indicated. You had to put pressure on the batsmen, try and get wickets. But I thought that the captain of the West Indies Academy put pressure on himself. Or maybe the fact that he was on a pair probably had a psychological effect on him. So we have seen 2 batsmen making pair. The opening batter for the Leewards, Joshua Grant, also had a pair.
Indeed. And a double wicket maiden for Jeremiah Louis comes to an end and makes way for his captain, Rakim Cornwall, to continue from the southern end. And Mbiki Joseph, who can be attacking by nature, defends quite astutely. So Rakim Cornwall here, the skipper, he would know with all the world of experience, follow up that over with a good over.
So far he's bang on target. 127, so there's still 66 runs away, 5 wickets in hand.
Of course, these 2 young gentlemen at the crease, Mbiki Joseph, and just straying, almost falling over and turning that ball across to the leg side. A good sharp work by the man you just mentioned, Grant, at a forward short leg. So he easily could have been 6 wickets down. These 2 young men at the crease, Joshua James from Women Tobago and Mbiki Joseph, they are powerful hitters of the ball. So it's likely that they may just want to see themselves, get themselves set, reset, and just like I mentioned, this one is powered away in the air, but in the gap between a mid-on and a mid-wicket. And another boundary for Mbiki Joseph.
It's a good shot. I'm sure that would ease the pressure somewhat. The score has gone on to 131. So 62 runs away.
So just as I was mentioning, powerful strikers of the ball. Mbiki Joseph obliges, and Rakim Cornwall with a brilliant comeback delivery. Just on that length, beating the outside edge of Mbiki Joseph's bat and bringing us to the end of another over.
A good delivery to end that over from Rakim Cornwall. Brought the batsman forward and the ball spun away and made some height as well. And so Jeremiah Lowy will continue from the media center end, and he has been having an excellent match on his home turf.
Yeah, indeed. And I think he's well aware that he can pick up a second fifer here. And he's been responsible for the last 3 wickets in the academy innings. So now with 8 wickets in the match so far, Jeremiah Louis. He's accounted for Aki Mogis, Rivaldo Clark and Naeem Young since the tea interval. This one outside the off stump, and James is watchful as it goes by.
So a good start to the season for Jeremiah Louis, because a couple of years ago he had a good season, and he was one of the medium or the all-arounders that were being talked about around the Caribbean. So if he can continue to do well this year, I'm sure he would have a good chance of influencing the selectors.
Yeah, of course, you mentioned all-rounder, not to forget that 45 that he scored in the first innings from 123 balls. So it shows that what you mentioned earlier about batting for a long period of time. Wide again. And definitely, I think he has a shoe in here for a player of this match.
I am looking at this. I'm wondering if he's trying to set up Joshua James, just giving those wide delivery outside the off thumb, and he might just come back with the one that comes back sharply from outside the off thumb. So we just have to wait and see if that is the plan of Jeremiah Louis.
Jeremiah Louis with 50 first-class matches to his name. Lifting delivery just outside the off stump, and Joshua James punches into the cover region and gets himself off the mark. Jeremiah Louis with 121 wickets at first-class level. Best of 6 for 69. He has 1,343 runs as a batter, a high score of 78, an average of 23. Of course, his bowling average leading into this game is 26.8. This one, a short delivery. Joseph is looking to pull, and just pulls probably into his body and bounces away into the offside.
Well, a good short delivery there from Louis. Thought the batsman was pulling and also trying to duck at the same time. So, and the ball came off the shoulder. So 132, 61 runs away, 5 wickets in hand. Leewards, they have been having a good period of play recently. They picked up 3 wickets, and they have been able to stem the flow of runs. Jeremiah Louis is in his 9th over.
Short and pulled away by Joseph behind square. Not well timed. It plugs in the field and in front of square, in fact.
So Joseph looking to go after Jeremiah Louis. So he's got a single. And now the right-handed Joshua James will come into strike.
Yeah, Jeremiah Louis, who made his first-class debut back in 2014, right here in Bastia versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So, as you mentioned, he's definitely been around for quite a while. Short again, and signaled wide by the umpire Ramdani. And to clear Joshua James, you have to put some effort into the delivery.
Yes, James is a tall lad, and he went high over his head, so obviously signaling a wide by the umpire.
Of course, Joshua James, good to see him back playing cricket again as well. Recently had a back injury that he had to work his way back into playing fitness. This one he gets a little fuller, does Louis, and Joshua James is watchful. And this is the first game that Joshua James would have been back bowling. Had a couple of tournaments back in Trinidad and Tobago where he played, but mostly as a batter. And even in this game, of the short stay in the first innings, Joshua James has showed that powerful hitting ability as at the end of the over comes upon us, and it's 134 for 5. The Academy just 59 runs away from victory in this one. But good to see a young chap like Joshua James back bowling and batting, as we're talking about all-rounders.
Yes, so that will speaks well for his overall development, and just want to continue to wish them all the best.
This one just turned away down to that fielder will be long off now for Joshua James, mid on for the long on for the left-hander. And again, begs the question, Joshua James, yes, we know he can hit the ball and he can strike the ball, but is Raheem Cornwall too much on the back foot to a new batter? Joshua James turns this one past the slip fielder, but Archibald at the backward point is quick to it, because he has the three fielders adorning the leg side, long on, mid-wicket, and a backward square leg.
Yes, he needs to be putting pressure on the new batsman. He has not set us yet, and he needs to put pressure.
Looking to flick this one, an appeal from Raheem Cornwall and the players behind the bat, but possibly just going down the leg side.
Yeah, because the keeper was moving on the onside. Also, the first slip was also moving towards his left, but Raheem Cornwall was thinking probably he got him in front.
Ooh, on replay, I think it was a bit closer than we initially thought, and possibly, to my estimation, it would have been probably umpire's call, because Joshua James was going across his stumps. Swung away by James in the direction of Durham down there at mid-wicket, but is going to clear him by some distance up onto the grass mounds on the western end.
So good release shot there by Joshua James, and rubbing salt in the wound of the Leeward's bowlers, and especially Cornwall, because I'm sure he was thinking that he had him with the previous delivery. And struck it for 6, make the target even closer.
Cornwall is on a better length this time, and not allowing James to bring that front foot forward and get to the pitch of the delivery. Of course, he is a tall lad, so the length probably a bit shorter from Cornwall than he would bowl to somebody who's shorter like Mbiki Joseph.
Right. So I think this game is interestingly placed. 52 runs needed, and the Leewards have to take 5 wickets. So if they can keep some pressure, but every now and then we see the West Indies Academy batsmen releasing the pressure with a boundary. In that last over, a 6 was struck by Joshua James, and the previous over we saw a 4 was struck by Joseph. So they continue to get the runs, and the Leewards will have to continue to pick up wickets.
Yeah, you mentioned they were going at the start when Kadeem Allen was going guns blazing in and around 8, 9 and over. Since tea, they started at just about 5 runs to the over. Now they have not dropped below 4.5 runs to the over. So I still don't think we're going to get to the last hour of play at this rate.
No, that's the rate that we're going. So Kezon Archibald has replaced Louis from the media center end.
Left-handed Archibald, right on target to start. He's already gotten that 1 wicket in the second innings of the academy, accounting for that man we were talking about who got them off to a brisk start in Kadeem Allen.
So Jeremiah Lewis, 6 overs after tea, 6 overs, and he got 3 for 11.
Looking for that Yorker is Archibald, just missing his length, just ever so slightly a low full toss. Joseph can't do anything but put it into the hands of a mid-on. Archibald with figures of 1 for 43 from 9 overs in that first innings, and it's going a little bit better here now in the second innings. What do you think? And although his spell has been short so far, just those 5 overs, what do you think he's done well in the second innings? This one's short, and Joseph is looking to swat it back over the bowler, not making any connection.
I think his line and length has been better. He's been keeping that off some line, not giving the batsman too much room, and he has not been bowling too short, so he has been more consistent in his innings.
And just having a little chat here with his batting partner is Joshua James, possibly letting him know that, hey, let's not do anything foolish, just 52 runs to get. Or maybe he told him conversely, hey, keep going, we have batting to come. You swing for the hills, my brother. Short and looking to punch off that back foot and beaten just outside that off stump.
Good effort delivery there from Archibald. He was beaten by the extra pace on that occasion and taken behind by the keeper. 52 runs remaining, 52 more runs to win. The Leewards need 5 wickets, so it's going to be a very interesting last period of play. Next hour or so. Be very interesting.
This one is a straighter, and Joseph just defends out into the offside. Kofi James doing the fielding. So a nice tidy start in his return spell. Colin Archibald, 5 dot balls. Can he finish off well? We wait to see 1 ball to come, but a good return spell.
Yes, and his first over in this spell in his second innings was a maiden as well. So we're hoping to finish well, finish strong, and even better get a wicket with the last delivery.
2 slips and a gully still await. Swung straight in the air in our direction, just below us here at the commentary booth, and 6 runs to Mbiki Joseph.
So instead of Archibald finishing strong with his last delivery, it was Joseph who finished strong, struck him straight back over his head for a lovely 6, and that has brought the required number of runs down into the 40s.
Yeah, I think he has an earpiece on. He heard Gary, you talking about his good lines and lengths, and he decided, let me do something different. Let me put the ball a half volley right in the arc of Mbiki Joseph. Of course, a half volley or not, it still had to be hit. And indeed it was. So the end of the over, 6 runs are coming in it, and the target even that much closer. Just 46 runs to get for victory, 147 for 5. The West Indies Academy in their second innings. Mbiki Joseph 29 and Joshua James on 7.
So the Leewards are being put under pressure by the West Indies Academy. They had a period where they got some wickets, but now we have seen in the last couple of overs, we have seen a 4, I've seen a 6, 12, a 4 and 2 sixes. And very important.
Joshua James is swinging this one in the direction of mid-wicket. Karima Gore is going back, but he's only going to climb the mounds to retrieve yet another 6. So we end with a 6, we start with a 6, Gary.
So they're looking to finish it in style here at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. Another 6 to the West Indies Academy. And now the target is coming down even quicker. And how many more runs? 46, is it? Well, 40, as a matter of fact, 40 more runs is 153. So that with that shot, that's 6. The 150 coming up for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, so 7 more of those big hits, and we'll be leaving Warner Park before the ships have a chance to disembark from the port. Swung away again. So it's now 6. 6 more of those shots.
So are we going to see 6 sixes in this over? The first 2 scoring shots have gone to 6. Zante, the port with the ships, the cruise ship. I think there are 3 cruise ships in at the harbour. Port Zante.
Yeah, we can see 2 of them. And one is just hidden out of view by the VIP booths on the southern end. But you see here, as we mentioned when he came to the crease, Joshua James, you can see that powerful hitting ability of the young man from Women in Tobago. And he's now raced on to 19 from just 11 deliveries. And 2 sixes to start this Raheem Cornwall over, carrying the score on to 159. 34 required for victory. And that's just 6 big hits away. And
the ball has only now just been retrieved. It probably went out of the park. You have to check it to make sure it's still in good shape.
Yeah, or lodged somewhere behind the groundsman's sheds. All concrete on that end of the ground. And just some running repairs as well for Mbiki Joseph.
I think that shoulder that he probably injured when he tried to take a catch in the Leeward's innings. He fell and hit his shoulder, and he was off the field for some time. So the physiotherapist came on and produced that magic spray.
There's nothing like the magic spray in the world of sports, in any sport. But of course, kudos to the academy as well, and all the teams, in fact, in this CWI 4-day championship. Great support staffs across all teams. This one a better delivery from Cornwall, better length, and forcing Joshua James just to get back and defend. So of course, kudos to all the support teams around that keep these players going, looking to punch away. In fact, he just gets it past the bowler, and would you believe it, the timing is so immaculate, the power and timing in combination, that he's picked himself up a boundary.
So this game is finishing quickly here at Warner Park with that boundary. It has gone to 163, so that's 30 runs the West Indies Academy need for victory. The Leewards will have to get wickets if they are to win, but the way things are looking, it is looking more and more in the favour of the West Indies Academy.
And 16 runs from this Raheem Cornwall over, still with 2 deliveries to go. Joshua James, this one just seemed to keep a little bit low on him and get up as much as he expected, and he turns it onto the leg side and picks up an easy single.
So 1 delivery remaining in the 32nd over, and the West Indies Academy, they are moving smartly along or quickly along towards the target of 193.
It definitely seems like it's going to be a victory for the West Indies Academy. Swung away, it's in the arc, definitely, and up over the boundary rope into the covers and the sight screen at the southern end. So we've ended 1 over with a 6. We've started this over with a 6, and we've ended this over with a 6.
A big over for the West Indies Academy, and they're certainly marching on to victory. And Earl Smitten will take the West Indies Academy home.
So 169 for 5 as Earl rejoins me here. Funny, he says Earl is going to take the Academy home.
Well, obviously, Gary has already called the fat lady on stage to sing. So he has conceded that the academy is going to win this.
He gives Rakim Cornwall and the home team, the Leeward Islands, no chance.
Well, it's a .001 chance at the moment.
But it's still a chance.
There's still a chance because we're still playing cricket, and as you rightly said, only 7 deliveries, but I don't think they're going to win this one though. Having said all of that, Cornwall, he's had an extended spell. He has conceded 83 runs for one wicket from 14 overs.
And talking about conceding runs, Joshua James, another half volley, swings this one through mid-wicket, one bounce into the boundary, up onto the grass mounds, and just almost a one-day and T20 fashion, just clearing that front leg goes Joshua James.
Well, it's really raining sixes here today and raining fours. Quite a number of sixes have been struck by the West Indies Academy, and they certainly have dominated in this innings. They never looked like losing this game once they started batting.
I think once they started bowling, you and I chatted about that, and I was just about to mention that to Gary. This one short, and it just turned away into the point region for an easy single. But from the moment the academy, you and I spoke about that on the first day, they just seemed to be up to it. They won the toss. Naim Young read the conditions perfectly on that first morning, chose to bowl, and in bowling, he himself picked up those 2 early wickets, and it just seemed the only stutter or blemish in their performance being the 177. They didn't bat as well in their first innings as they probably should have, but definitely the academy has shown some good temperament in this game.
Yes, and they've certainly outplayed the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands guilty of playing poor cricket.
Short and pulled by Mbiki Joseph. It's racing through mid-wicket, but it's going to be cut off just about 3 meters in front of the boundary rope. So just a couple of runs added to the total.
You guys were speaking about the final hour, but it's more like the final 2 overs coming up. Because at the way these batsmen are going, this is going to be over very quickly. And
those couple of runs from that pull shot of Mbiki Joseph bringing up the 50-run partnership in just 33 balls between the pair of them. Mbiki Joseph 37 from 61 deliveries. Joshua James 29 from 16. Archibald round the wicket, short and pulled by Joseph through a square leg, bang into the scoreboard on the western end. 6 more.
Very good shot indeed. And they're enjoying it out there, these 2 academy players. And we have not seen Durham bowl in this inning so far. Cornwall has had an extensive and very expensive spell. He has conceded some 84 runs from 14 overs, and he has only picked up a wicket. And Durham has not been used at all in this inning so far.
With just 10 runs to go, I was just about to ask you, as we spoke about the good things that the academy did and their temperament through the game, I was going to ask you what the Leewards can do differently. This one short again, taken by Hamilton. What they can do differently going into the second round.
I think the captaincy needs to improve in the first instance. And not just with his statics, but he will also have to come to the party and bat better, bowl better, lead from the front, essentially. And we expect 1 or 2 changes. My understanding is Powell, the experienced Kyron Powell, would be back, and that should bolster the top order. Top order, in fact, failed in this match. We have seen 2 batsmen getting pace in this match for the Leeward Islands.
Another short delivery from Archibald. And as you mentioned, Powell coming in, of course, probably not for the second round, but by the third round, some of the players on West Indies duty will be available to play for their their respective teams here in the Caribbean if they so choose to play the red ball format?
Well, I would expect that they would want to play the red ball format. We have Casey Carty, who I'm certain would be coming into the Leeward Islands squad. I'm not too certain if Graves is in the squad this year. He was with the Leewards last year.
Yeah, he did play with the Leewards in the Super 50. Of course, their captain in the Super 50 was the West Indies now vice captain in Alzari Joseph. So they have some good quality to come back into the team throughout the tournament.
Yeah, so you could expect Alzari coming in also. So that, of course, would strengthen the Leeward Islands team.
So the end of another over, and 183 for 5, just 10 runs needed by the academy. And the way these two are going, this may very well be the last over. And you spoke about Daniel Durham, and probably quite belatedly, because Daniel Durham had quite a magnificent Super 50 tournament. And then he traveled and played in the Netherlands, and he had quite a good showing out there as well. It starts with a wide one. So the pick of your spin bowling attack probably you've left out until this time. But it's not all doom and gloom for the Leewards, because we can look at this game, and Joshua James just swings this one away and not making any contact, swinging at it. But it's not all doom and gloom. We can look at some performances for the Leeward Islands. Speaking of swing away, he has connected on this one, and up onto the grass mounds on the southwestern end of the ground.
In fact, that is the southeastern end of the ground.
I've gotten one wrong.
The western end is over this side.
I've gotten one wrong. But another 6 and just 4 runs needed for victory. Well, we were talking about before. The game is all but done and dusted. Some of the positives, though, for the Leeward Islands. Jeremiah Louis, for example.
Louis, he batted quite well and he bowled quite well. He would have picked up some 8 wickets in the match. Of course, in terms of the batting, we saw his brother, Michael Louis, getting a half century. And they batted quite well. And I'm searching for Hamilton. In fact, got a half century in this match, and he batted quite well. But yes, I would have mentioned Mikhail picking up a half century.
Joshua James swings and doesn't make any connection. So he's looking to finish this one in only the fashion he can. Joshua James swings. This time he makes connection high in the air, over the rope, into the covers and back into the field of play. And that 6 will bring victory for the West Indies Academy.
Yes, a very good shot indeed. And Durham being struck straight back over his head by James for a mighty 6 and bringing up this victory in style. So the Academy winning this one quite easily and just losing some 5 wickets in scoring 193 runs. And the Leeward Islands going down to the Academy and certainly outplayed by the Academy in every aspect of this game.
Yeah, so a rollicking start here to the 2024 season and edition of the CWI 4-Day Championship. 3 out of the 4 games in round 1 producing victories. Victories we would have seen for the Windward Islands Volcanoes by 9 wickets. Victory for Barbados Pride by 9 wickets. And now the Leeward Islands Hurricanes by 5 wickets. Unfortunately, the game between the defending champions, the Harpy Eagles, and the Red Force having to be called off. But definitely some good performances throughout this one between the Academy and the Leeward Islands. As Earl mentioned, Jamal Hamilton with a half century, Michael Louis with a half century. Of course, the standout bowler and all-round performance of Jeremiah Louis with a 42 in the first innings, and then 8 wickets in the match. And for the academy, the batting prowess of Kadeem Alling, and then to the end, the batting power of Joshua James. Of course, good to see Joshua James back bowling again. And then, of course, the standout of the captaincy of Naeem Young.
Yes, very commendable performance by the West Indies Academy. Of course, they are the youngest team in the regional tournament. In fact, they were brought in this year into the regional tournament. And obviously the youngest team, just 1 year in the tournament. And in terms of age too, a lot of these players are very inexperienced compared to the Leeward Islands team that has been there for quite some time. And they certainly outplayed the Leeward Islands in every aspect of the game. And they came out with a well-deserved victory. And commendations to the captain, Naeem Young, who really marshaled his forces well.
Yeah, so that brings us to the end of round 1 in the CWI 4-day championship. And of course, thank you as well to our match officials, Mr. Ramdani, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Joseph, and our match referee, Rion King. Round 2 of matches in the 2024 season of the CWI 4-day championship will get going on the 14th of February, which is next week, Wednesday. And games in Jamaica at Sabina Park and the Kensington Cricket Club. Jamaica will play CCC. The Scorpions will play the combined campuses and colleges at Sabina Park. The Barbados Pride will play the Windward Islands Volcanoes at Kensington Cricket Club. And here in St. Kitts and Nevis at Warner Park here, the Leeward Islands will face up the defending champions, Guyana Harpy Eagles. And for the academy, it's on to Connery Cricket Centre to play the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So on behalf of all the match officials and the production team here at Cricket West Indies and the Cricket West Indies streaming platforms and all other platforms across the world going out, we say thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you next week Wednesday for round 2 in the CWI 2024 4-day championship.